Okay, Craig, you get to know the plan.
I can stop the recording if you want.
The
No,
pressure
it's
is
fine.
on.
It's not a secret. But I was thinking, of course, I want Fish to speak with their dad again, but not without you being prepared for it. So it was like, idea for session. Fish writes a note that goes, "Dear Dad, let's have a conversation next session." Folds it up, puts it under their pillow.
I mean,
you know.
the point of my job is kind of being ready for everything. There's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
you've thrown at me that I wasn't prepared for, and I think I handled it fine. So
Dear
just,
Dad,
whatever you want to do.
are you prepared to speak in a New Zealand accent today?
Yes. Yeah.
If yes, check box.
I'll say, even when I'm prepared, I'm not prepared. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
just,
that's why I
go
just
for it.
simply do not do it.
Yes.
Dear Dad, are you ready to receive some information that may hurt you? All right,
Dear
go on.
Dad, the Japanese goddess of foxes asked for a favor from you. What was that? P.S. Miss you.
Yeah.
What was the favor?
P.S. I still have a
Was
bunch
it
of questions I haven't asked yet.
I do know what that favor was, by the way, and
Is
I
it a
did it
sexy
on
favor?
purpose. It's not a sexy favor. Well,
Fish will be
no.
disappointed.
Yeah.
Fish
Anyway.
would be like, too much woman for me, but seems appropriate for you, Dad.
Yeah.
It's
Dear
porn.
Dad, get it.
Yeah. Dear Dad, I
Dear
give you
Fish,
full approval.
thanks.
Yeah. Dear Dad, while I'm out getting my tail, you go get your 9.
Wow. Wow.
Thanks, I came up with it on the fucking spot. Because I'm a genius.
Yes.
Great.
Very clever. Very clever. All right. Recaps of things that have happened. God, what did happen last session? There was the fallout of Grand Mage Crown being very rude and cruel to Cal. And also, Tinnet is catching a lot of strays, which, he'll probably have found out by this point. And kind of the whole confrontation of the entire group versus Tone, where Tone was trying to kind of sincerely apologize, and then everyone was like, "No, we don't accept your apology." And then Tone is like, "Well, fuck you then." And they just kept pissing each other off. I love Cal and Tone's relationship because they are such naturally allies, and they both, on some level, know that, and they just can't not piss each other off. They just rub each other the wrong way so easily. Then we had gosh, what else happened? We ended with a very touching moment of Fish learning symbol magic from Crown. I do wonder how Fish is kind of feeling about that. A little bit of like, wow, he was actually kind of a good mentor to me, and such a dickhole to Cal. Why do I get this energy and Cal gets that energy? It just sucks.
Misogyny.
Yeah, no, it's entirely possible that's the reason. But maybe it's something else. Who knows? Um, maybe it's not straight up misogyny. Maybe he sees a lot of himself in Fish in some way. Yeah. What else happened last session?
We went and looked at all the temple sites.
That's right. We went and looked at all the temple sites. Something that's been very important.
And freed Peter.
And freed Peter, which is essential. Peter seemed to be having an okay life on the boat. Very confusing, but didn't seem bad in any way. Although you never know if St. John would have Austin St. John would have remembered to like actually feed him seed or something. So you did probably save his life. Oh, big kitty boy. And yeah, you looked at all of the temples, potential temple sites, and Cal has some thinking to do about whether she is going to accept one of those temples, which kind of is the best choice, and then uh, with her sort of becoming more strained relationship with Tinnitus and her becoming perhaps a little bit closer with Pagan, whether perhaps she is going to be offering that temple site to Pagan instead of her actual abbot. Cal may be ready to kind of jump ship, or at least kind of talking herself into it in some ways. Um, we open now on the morning of this Saturday. It is May's first day of work for the Arcanist team building this device to locate Mortital's ampule. And you know that Metal has her second appointment today, which is unfortunately also being attended by her aunt, which is not great. Um, so with that, we open first thing in the morning. It's pretty quiet in the sanctuary in the morning, and everyone is dealing with their kind of start and thoughts about what was happening in the days before. May and suddenly a new place and first night in a new room, an unfamiliar room, something that she's pretty used to, sleeping in a lot of new places, but usually they're some hotel room in the middle of nowhere on the way to or from a dig, a tent in the woods or in the desert. Uh, it's probably feels a little bit strange to wake up in a facility with not just some people around, but a lot of people around, and most of them not people you know, not your diggers and your artifact processors, not random travelers you're crossing paths with on a day in some old hotel, not you know muscular assistants. Um, it probably feels a little bit strange. Um, what does May do to kind of shake off the strangeness of the day?
May does what she does best, which is go straight to work. And she's an early riser, so I'm guessing it hits 6. She immediately wakes up and is like, right, time to get started, and heads down to the lab.
Okay, so just entirely skipping breakfast, just going right to the place where the work is being done.
How many hours does she have to do again? It's 4?
Yeah, it's like half a day.
Okay. I think she would like stop by to grab like a tea and a piece of bread or something to go.
Okay, cool. You swing by the cafeteria. It's early morning, but a lot of get here for breakfast rather than eating at home. Taking advantage of their free meals. Um, but it's still a pretty empty place, and you get some tea and some bread, uh, buttered, little bit of jam, and head towards what is going to be um, your new workplace. What is May feeling in this kind of moment?
Um, Trepidation, I think. She really wants to get this right and is worried that she won't.
As May heads down the halls, dodging and weaving the kind of first strangers of the day, people she's never met in the hallway. You get to the door to the workshop. As you walk past, you see that the Arcanist kind of actual workshop where the others have gotten their tools and where you went with them to kind of check things out very briefly. Um, yeah, that is still kind of shuttered for the morning, not open yet. But just around the corner, is where the actual workshop is for this big project. And as you saw yesterday, a scythe standing in front of it, blocking the way. Without saying a word, they just raise a hand to stop you, and then hold their hand out like they are waiting to receive something.
Oh, shit, May doesn't have her ID yet, or whatever, does she?
You did, as part of the oath you took, you got, essentially, as part of putting your hand on the page, you got like a embedded magical sigil in your skin that's kind of
Oh,
like
right.
your passcode. Yeah,
Cool, thank you.
It's how you unlocked your door. There was definitely a time last night where like nobody explicitly told you needed this for your door, and you were like, okay, the door's locked. I don't have a key.
May rolling for Arcana at like 10
Yeah.
o'clock at night, like,
Yeah. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. I want my door open. And then it was like, okay, try it with the other hand. Yeah, okay. It automatically unlocks for me.
okay, cool.
So, yes, there is probably a little bit of that morning fog of being like, what the fuck is being asked of me? Oh, okay. There is a slight flare of green energy as your hand contacts his hand, and you can see that part of the scythe's gauntlet, there is some symbols carved into the inside that is kind of scanning what you have. And the scythe closes the fist and nods at you slightly and steps away from the door. You can head through.
I'm going to say, if I can, May continues her time-honored tradition of fraternizing with big male assistants and, like, thanks him very nicely and then says, do you want a tea or anything? I imagine you've been out here all night.
There is a pause. Give me a persuasion check.
That's not good. That is a 7.
There is a pause and a pause, and it's like uncomfortably long silence without any kind of like motion or movement, and then very slightly like a slow shake of the head of being like, oh, okay, this has like actually asked a question and is not going away until I answer it. This scythe is not talking.
That's right. May just goes, okay, well, no problem. Let me know if you need anything to eat or drink, and then she heads in.
Scythe kind of like looks after you slightly as you head in, and is like, you can kind of get from body language like, what? As you head in, the room is organized chaos in a way that you are very familiar with from most workshops. There is a hole in the back of the room that has been like sledgehammered open that leads into kind of like the locked off shop area of the Arcanist workshop, and there's power cables running out through it to various machines in this room. There's stacks of raw materials that have clearly not been formed into parts yet, and sitting in the center, the core of a machine, seemingly built along ancient lines, but with random straight tubes and wires coming off of it as if having to adapt to modern materials. And pinned up to the wall is a original diagram of the device written in Metal's hand, written over and over in different directions. Um, and then spread around it, plastering this entire wall, is just sketches and schematics pulling out specific ways on which this is going to go together. Um, and in all of this, you see that there is no one else here. Because
Uh,
while May is an early riser, uh, Jolly Jaw kinda sorta is. Goph absolutely fucking is not.
That suits May so well, because she wants to snoop a little bit. She is still suspicious of the sanctuary, and basically, I just wanted to check for anything that I guess shouldn't be there in the context of like a workshop like this, something that's potentially dangerous and has no cause to be here.
Okay. Give me a either a investigation or an arcana check, and that will determine like arcana will be like checking the machine, seeing if there's like a machine out of place or like the design of the thing is wrong or what have you, while an investigation will be like the room and the area.
Other investigation.
Okay.
That's a dirty 20. Love my investigation
Ah,
stat.
very nice. With a dirty 20, um, there is you first notice like there's some scorch marks on the ground. This is just like a plain concrete floor in here. There's no like furnishings in this room other than like some folding chairs that were clearly like brought in. There's like a little like table that's clearly got like some scraps of lunch where they're kind of sort of like taking a breaks, but it's very much gets the vibe of like this place is lived in as well as worked when people are here, not really leaving for breaks, which kind of vibes with the energy you're giving of the other Arcanists here. And there is some like scorch marks on the ground from some magical discharge. Um, there's clearly what looks like a uh, part that was improperly charged and put together to like a different piece that caused it to like spark. Um, and that all seems fine. There is one place where there is a large like scorch mark on the ground that doesn't seem to kind of match any of the materials around it, and you can see that a couple of broken pieces of something have been like kicked into a corner. Um, with a dirty 20, I think you can look through that and interpret this as like there was some kind of sub-assembly that they were building that went like horribly wrong and kind of like exploded. And it doesn't look like there was a lot of damage or necessarily a lot of setback, but clearly they're gonna have to like rebuild that part. And May does not know this, but Ellie May um, Brown was mentioning to Fish that kind of the reason they got kicked out on working on this is that something went wrong, and so they were asked to go teach Fish rather
Oh,
than
grim.
kind of be in there. Um, with a dirty 20, you also recognize very, very hidden in the corner of the room where the wall meets the ceiling is what looks like a small ripple in the concrete, just like an ever so slight, uh, just like the ceiling and the wall don't quite meet at 90 degrees, just like a little uh, bulge slightly. As you investigate further, you realize this is actually a very small, the equivalent of an arcane like security camera that is keeping an eye on the room. With a dirty 20, you manage to trace back the kind of feed for that camera. It very quickly kind of disappears into the larger grid of the sanctuary, clearly something that kind of an expert would have to install. Kind of unlikely that the sanctuary itself would not know about it. And without leaving the room, you can see that it kind of runs in the direction of where um, the Council of Elders have their offices and such like that. It's possible that it is, uh, some faction within the sanctuary or a third party or something like that, but it seems more likely that it's a way for uh, just the Council of Elders or other very high profile members of the sanctuary to just kind of keep an eye on things and have like a record of this being built in some way. So you do know that you're going to be kind of observed in certain regards when you are building in here. Other than that, there's nothing particularly suspicious. There's like the hole that goes from this room into where the workshop was is very rough and just clearly just busted through with raw power. But when you examine it, you can see that somebody actually did take the time to like reroute the power connections that would have gone through that wall and stuff like that. Like it wasn't just someone winning crazy with a sledgehammer. People actually know what they were doing, even if they probably could have done it nicer. And you don't really see a lot amiss. The diagram that they have set up on the wall seems to have gone through some minor changes, but as you're as you're sipping your tea and looking over it, you can see like, yeah, no, I understand why the original design would call for this, but that's really uncommon, so they would want to kind of switch it to this process. I don't know if that would work necessarily, but it's definitely something to try. It seems like the iteration of working rather than like anything nefarious, changes in the designs, things like that. So with a dirty 20, other than the camera, you don't notice anything too off. Um, but I will say with that, you do get a general sense of kind of how the machine is going to get put together in the large scale. You just spend a long time looking at this diagram and just being like, oh, I see how this connects to this, is going to connect to this, which is not necessarily what you were hired in for. You're very much working on like sub assemblies. You don't need to know the big picture, but now you kind of do. And as you're exploring this room, finishing your breakfast and kind of familiarizing yourself with this space, 10, 15 minutes go by. You hear a noise outside, and then the door opens, and you see a very tall, um, fairly pale, kind of light blonde, little bit of a patchy beard coming in of just someone who hasn't been shaving regularly. Comes in and kind of gets startled to see you there, and then goes, "Oh, hello. Good morning. Um, I didn't expect anyone in quite this early. Usually, I get a little work done before uh, Gove steps in. Pleasure to meet you. I am Arcanist Jaw Hanked."
Your Hake, it's a pleasure to meet you, Arcanist. She puts her sauce whatever down and goes over and shakes his hand. Or at least offers to.
He is also having a mug of tea and is holding like a small plate with like a fried egg on it. So he does have to like juggle for a moment to like put things in one hand in order to shake your hand. And he goes, "Well, it's wonderful to meet you. Gove was actually just sharing some of the articles you wrote. I admit that I was not familiar with your work before you came to help with us, but it's very promising what I read, and I hope we get along great, and things go very well for this project indeed."
Well, Mr. Hank, you're an early riser like myself. I can assure you I won't be a bother. I think we're already off to a good start. And then she's going to pick her tea back up and turn back to the diagrams and be like, so where do you want me to begin?
Well, we were looking at one of the reasons we wanted to bring you in is we're having some trouble with power assembly here. And now, of course, we don't need the power necessarily until the machine is complete, but we would like to set up some of the sub-assemblies for testing. And he just kind of like goes over in technical detail. You feel just very instantly like he's talking to you as like a colleague who like knows what they're doing. No kind of like no kind of like big dogging around. This is my project. Just like, oh yeah, you can help. Awesome. And he's going over it with you. This is, I think, the time to roll your symbol check for the day.
All right. Don't let me down now, baby. That is a 17.
17. All right. As Jaw is pointing things out to you. You, in turn, are shooting ideas out, and he's just like, "Oh, I never thought about that. That's we definitely could do that. Oh, yes, no, that's well. Then that would fix this problem here." And you just like back and forth instantly, like you're just one of the crew, fixing things, figuring things out, and eventually he kind of shows you where some of the tools are stored for some like processes you're going to be working on immediately. He shows you where they've got kind of their extra materials stored away, and while he's getting you set up, Jesse actually comes in with some more like lengths of rebar that she comes and sets down, and John is just like, um, yes, this is our wonderful mortal, sort of assistant, mechanist, machinist. I think you go.
Engineer, perhaps?
I mean, I technically don't have any kind of engineering degree or anything like that, but yeah, sure. Maintenance gal, mostly what I go to. Doesn't, don't need to be fancy.
May is overjoyed to meet a fellow woman in STEM in some capacity, and seizes her like hand, shakes enthusiastically, and goes, "It's such a pleasure to meet you, Jessie. My mother was immortal." And wouldn't you know it, I'm just so pleased to see someone else from the mortal world in here. I'm not used to it at all.
Your hand absolutely comes away greasy. Jesse is the kind of person who, like, much like mechanics and machinists, is like at the point where washing your hands just means there's nothing like actively on the surface of your skin, but like in your pores is just like dirt and grime ground in there.
Yeah, May
Um,
doesn't flinch.
yeah. Um, she's just like, uh, well, I mean, it's nice to have another sort of semi mortal, or at least mortal understanding woman here. Yeah, it's actually kind of a funny story. It just started doing some started doing some work for the sanctuary when their uh, their wizardly maintenance staff stopped doing stuff. It turns out, they know how to like, oh, freeze a leak in the walls so that it's not leaking in the bathroom anymore. And I was the first one who says like, hey, if you freeze it, you're gonna bust the pipes even worse. You need to actually open the wall and fix it. Just turned out I think I brought a magic doesn't solve everything perspective. That's kept me around.
I think sometimes magic's too much of a shortcut. Wouldn't you agree?
Hmm.
Mm.
Very, very much so. She's like looking over your shoulder at Jaw like this is a continuation of an argument that they've had over and over again, and Jaw is like, "Yeah, okay, yes."
Um,
I don't need to make a magically enchanted teapot to get my water up to heat. I can just run the faucet for a couple minutes. Magic doesn't solve anything. I get it.
um, I think May's going to continue the taking care of the staff, even if Jessie's technically not really her staff. But I'm just going to say something along the lines of, "Are you going to be here for long, Jessie? Could we get you a tea or some toast or something? Have you had breakfast?"
Oh, I'm in and out all day, but yeah, if you happen to have snacks or something next time I buy, that'd be great. But I think I'm good for now.
Right.
All right.
On May's in
Anything?
May's internal note, snack for workshop.
Yep. Snacks for workshop.
Yeah.
Jesse's just like, is there anything you need? Any like kind of mortal, non-magical equipment? I've kind of made sure over time that the workshop has more normal tools, but if there's something specific you need, um, let me know and I'll get it for you right now. Yeah, she eventually kind of makes sure that you're comfortable in her own way, kind of very different from the way Jaw has, and then eventually heads out to work on some other things. Um, as you kind of crack down and get to work, start using some various machines uh, and putting together pieces. There is this um, kind of camaraderie with working together um, as you are uh, working together every once in a while. Jaw is just kind of quizzing you upon various things in your background. Not in like a kind of like judgmental way or a testing way, just kind of like, yeah, getting to know you. And in exchange, he shares a lot of kind of his background. He's had kind of a very eclectic training, not as eclectic as yours, but a lot of like kind of different approaches. He did a little bit of like automation work when he was younger about creating kind of autonomous constructs, golems and things that can be given instructions and carry them out. Um, which is kind of considered, in the symbol community, kind of like the equal and opposite of like reflections. It's the kind of thing of being like, of kind of like, hey, are we going to like create like a system based on self-driving cars, or are we going to create a like public transportation that's kind of like eliminating cars, of being like, both technologies are pushing forward at the same time, but they're kind of working towards the same niche. Is a lot of people, want constructs to act kind of like grunt work, heavy lifting, personal assistance, stuff like that. um but he's just like, yeah, I got out of that uh, fairly young, but I've got a little bit of that background. I was kicking around. Europe for a while, and uh, as he's asking you about your stuff, and he's sharing his stuff, I think you do find that you know a couple people in common, and I think that uh,
It's
I
bad.
I think I think you find out that, yeah, you have a lot of you actually know a lot of people in common, like kind of like friends of your parents uh were like some kind of arcanists who like were willing to show you a few things, and it's like, oh yeah, I know that was also a friend of like this guy that taught me, just like no like close personal connections, but like a lot of people in common. um uh Jaw, however, always seems to kind of like gravitate back to England in his stories. It seems like he is like, raised and trained in England, left, came back, left, came back, left, came back over and over again as he did all this specialty training. Why he is here in Canada and seems to have been here in Canada for a while, you don't necessarily know. Uh, but I think there is even a moment where he is you mentioned um, something regarding your your uh, kind of work in Egypt. And I think there is a very sweet moment where he realizes that your parents' names sound familiar, and he has been to a museum exhibit that was not put on exclusively by your parents, but your parents were some of the leads on it. So um, it was definitely like from the Valley of Kings, presented by such and such university in association with your parents' names, and uh, he's just like, "Oh my goodness. Yes, no, I went to that exhibit and I actually saw a talk they gave actually on opening day that was incredibly fascinating. I think you might have actually been there when you were a little tot. I remember someone standing next to them holding her pant leg and just very big eyes looking at the crowd. I was probably like it's probably like 20, 25 then. And it was one of my first big shows that I was enjoying. Um, yeah, I mean, look nothing like I do now. I again, I assume it's you, but look nothing like you did then. Covered in little markle doodles, and you get a big dirt smudge on your nose, and um, yeah, that's great. It's a small world in our little community. Um, as you are working, Goph eventually comes in. Um, he is clearly like very tired and like a little frazzled. You recognize someone who like was supposed to stop work at like 8 and worked until like 2 in the morning. And just realized Pat promised me a cow flashback and never gave it to me. When did I promise you a flashback? For like what circumstance? Or just generally?
Just generally, I told you now that Kel's the only person who hasn't had a flashback, and you were like, you're right, there hasn't really been a relevant thing, but I'll try to work one into the next Cal arc, and then you did.
Yeah, I didn't. As Goph comes in and greets you very enthusiastically and gets to work as well, you just do a lot of good work together today. Working with Jaw and Goph allows you to kind of see their alternate ways of approaching your shared discipline. You are a Arcanist and Artificer who is taught among like mostly kind of traditional lines. You think in kind of straight lines, but a lot of your skill is kind of improvising. A lot of like, well, I don't have this material in the field, so I figure out how to make do with this other material, things like that. The really interesting thing about Goph that you realize that very much matches with his reputation is that while you think in straight lines, he thinks in curves and spirals. you have a square peg going into a round hole, and you think, okay, we can either make the square peg round, or we can do some sort of adapter situation. And he goes, well, if we create a non-physical channel that transmits that information here, we can avoid the square peg altogether, or something like that. Very, very just like creative thinking that leads to, honestly, as far as you can tell, a lot of dead ends of just like chasing down a weird solution that doesn't end up working when a more traditional solution would have worked better and more easily. But also just really weird, creative stuff that leads to a lot of interesting things that probably didn't think was originally possible. Jaw is kind of the halfway point between the two of you, of where clearly a long time spent working with Goph has given him a lot of creativity, but mostly he operates on traditional kind of lines, traditional solutions to things. You also see that, unfortunately, it is your first day and you are getting up to speed, and Goph and Jaw are two people that have worked together for such a long time without having to introduce new people to like their process, that there are definitely some stumbling blocks. You can see between the two of them, there's a lot of like, hey, Jolly, you got the thing with the... Yes, of course, there you go. Do you want to do the process on the... Yep, absolutely, just like that, yeah. Just like, you know, needing the ability to communicate without actually communicating just because they know each other so well, and it becomes difficult when you are kind of in the middle of that, because every once in a while one of them will go like, oh, I set down something, can you grab it for me? And you're like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. You need to use the actual name of the tool if you want me to help you. And so you kind of see that interaction, and you feel very welcomed, I think, in your first shift. Clearly, as he's talked to you, Jaw has gained an amount of respect for you, you know, now much more confident in Goph's decision to kind of bring you in as someone to work on this. And Goph, you can see, seems to treat kind of everybody the same, which is with like a lot of respect and as if they're a very smart person, which is probably something that May is not like super used to in a professional capacity.
Yeah, May feels some kind of way right now.
Yeah. But Goph is, you know, even you know who he is. He is perhaps not the highest tier, but definitely in the higher tiers of people who do this work, and he treats you about the same as like the relationship you had with the diggers that would just work season after season with you and your parents, of being like, yes, one of us is technically the boss and one of us is technically the subordinate, but you know a lot about certain things and I know a lot about other things, and we are just like totally simpatico respect. As you get to sort of lunchtime and time for you to kind of end for the day, you have made pretty good progress with your work so far. You're definitely like, it's hard to say how much of like a schedule there is for building this thing, because it's a lot of like, we've built this entire thing, but now we need to disassemble half of it because there's a specific part on the inside that's not working and things like that. Like, very, you know, iterative process. You've definitely like kind of gotten ahead of where they expected you to be, and you are now like running out of parts for the things you were building because you've used most of the materials they've acquired. But as they stop for kind of lunch, and Jessie happens to be in the area after doing a pickup, so she comes in and has lunch with you. Arcanist Jaw takes a moment to go, "Oh, yes, I need to. I need to. No, Charlie, you don't. It's just. I mean, let May have the day. No, no, no. It'll just take a moment. Just." And he disappears into the workshop and comes back with a large wrapped bundle. And as he opens it for you, he's like, "Okay, I don't want to prejudice you in any way, but I want you to take a look at this and just kind of give me your thoughts. Tell me what you think." And he unwraps a section of what seems to be a log with carvings on it, and random pieces of what kind of looks like a wood carving of like an insectile head in some way, but with little daggers instead of uh, snips, instead of uh, the jaw pieces. Its name I can't remember. Um, and yeah,
Mandibles?
he mandibles. Thank you. He wants you to take a look at this. Give me a symbol check. I will say, because you have kind of completed your work for the day and you don't have the as much kind of like lingering problems in your mind because you were doing really well and things have been really smooth so far, give it to me with advantage.
Well, the first one's a nat 20, Patrick, so
Okay.
I don't think there's any point.
Doesn't need the advantage.
And the other
Yeah.
one's a 7, so
What does a nat 20 bring you to a total of 23?
23.
Okay. With a nat 20, 23, you're looking at this, and I think you pretty immediately recognize that this is it's something you kind of heard about. You heard about it a little bit through the grapevine at camp, and you heard about it more from the detectives and joining the sanctuary. This seems to be one of the constructs that attacked the sanctuary. And you notice some things about its structure. It's mostly made of wood. The mandibles are sharp daggers, and it seems like the general shape of the head is kind of designed for digging in some way. You look up, and Jaw is looking at you expectantly. So you're like, okay, and you go back and you look in more detail at the symbols. This thing is covered in symbols, as any construct needs to be to order to function. And you look really close. Constructs, objects that move on their own and do things with, make their own decisions, not your expertise by any means. So some of this doesn't necessarily like click with you, but you're looking at it and you're like, okay, yes, I can see how this section probably controls like target acquisition, and that's fine. And this section is movement, and that's, huh. And then this is like a self-defense procedure to, huh. And as you're kind of looking at this, uh, Jaw turns to Goph and says, "She sees it. Exactly what I was talking about. She sees it. No, just let her look. Just give her a minute." You see that the symbols are not carved into the wood very well. There's a lot of like technique problems, and a lot of them you can tell would not be functional because they're carved too deep, not deeply enough. The angle is slightly wrong on this symbol. This symbol is normal when it should be reversed in this pattern. Um, Things like that. But then you start noticing other issues of being like, this is kind of a smooth surface for someone who fucked up this symbol so bad. Like, it was really nice, and then there was a deep gouge taken out of it. This symbol over here is a lot more complicated and less common than this other one that got messed up over here. With a nat 20, I think the first instinct that comes to your mind is being like, maybe two different people carved this. But then I think the conclusion that you ultimately come to, just because you rolled so well, is that someone carved this pretending to be a worse symbolist than they were. Someone of high skill was aping someone of lower skill. And you are high skill enough to recognize that. Suddenly the pattern makes sense of, it's not a coincidence that the one symbol binding together this part is the one that's fucked up. This entire thing would work perfectly, except this one symbol was carved in reverse. And even though you don't get the, like, exact nature of the construct and the way constructs work, as well as the fact that this is not an entire construct, this is only part of one, you're seeing things of like, if this worked, this thing would be able to run at someone really fast and then just like get all over them and cut them to pieces and like be really strong and aggressive. And because this one symbol is fucked up and it seems to be fucked up on purpose, it can't do that. It's as if someone hobbled it in some way before like releasing it. Do you share these observations with the others?
Oh yeah, of course. May is like looking at it, turning it over, having these realizations, and then looks at Jaw and Goth and says, "Somebody didn't want this to work."
Exactly. Oh, I have been telling everybody for weeks. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a little excited. I noticed this before when I was first examining this as part of the scene, as part of the team. But Crown and the elders didn't believe me. They said what Goff always says, which is, yeah, why the fuck would someone be like, oh, I'm bad at my job? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, yes, but what if it was on purpose? And that's very important. Okay, what if? And now, yes, now there's two of you. I get it. I will write up a new report. I will put in that we got a little bit more agreement. I don't know that this is going to end up with anything, but maybe you're right. Okay? Just maybe you're right. You backing this up? Sure. Again,
Well, I mean,
though, you're spending too much time on this. We got a machine to make.
May did overhear the Sanctuary Gang talking about this in passing, right? Like the wooden ants attack the Sanctuary. Of course.
Mhm. And one thing I don't think they like explicitly said, but you may have picked up. Give me just like a flat. We'll do a flat luck roll. Just roll a d20, evens or odds, and you're looking for evens.
Odds.
Odds. Okay. Yeah, you just know that the sanctuary was attacked by these things, and like it kind of could have been worse, but it was still a big deal because it was the sanctuary being attacked. So what you don't, this is not just for like Fish being like the ants, ants. It's also just like, overheard conversations in the hallway and people chatting in the cafeteria and stuff like that. But what May hasn't overheard is that there was this huge attack on the sanctuary and nobody died.
Okay. So I
Not
guess
a single person did.
Suspicious.
Yeah.
In that case, I think because she doesn't know any better, Just look at it and go, this is fascinating, though. What is it? What do you think it is?
Goph just kind of like, and like gestures over to Jaw to take that, and he's like, okay, so my theory is that whoever was working with the people who released this, which we believe are the Second Dawn, it was a bad terrorist group. They released these in the sanctuary and they attacked everyone. It was a big attack. It was awful. Um, Okay, my suspicion is that there is a lot of symbolists that could put together something like this. I actually traced some of these symbols to some very standard workbooks about automation, with a little bit more complication in there. But someone who could mostly be working out of a book. But if they are a better symbolists than that, if they are more talented, it cuts down on the amount of people who are capable of making this. And so my theory is that whoever was helping the Second Dawn, whoever created this for them, was someone who didn't want their name associated with it, didn't want people looking at them in any kind of closer way. I think, it really narrows it down if you're going from like, oh, kind of like basic level symbol work to something a little stronger, someone who knows a little bit more about, automata. It's I don't know. I brought my suspicions before the Council of Elders, and they said they would take it into consideration. But uh, Grand Mage Crown and as well as Goph kind of disagreed with me on its importance, so that was also taken into consideration. And I don't know that anyone's kind of followed up on that.
Hmm. It's fair to say May remembers Cal talking about the Second Dawn, right?
Yeah.
Like when she briefed? Yeah, okay, when she did the abstract brief. Okay, in that case, I don't think May's going to say anything now.
The other thing that you kind of remember is like when you came out of the ruins and Sinner's mom was there and a bunch of like hitters, that was the Second Dawn. And the reason that everybody knew Sinner's mom was because she was a Second Dawn person at that moment in time, or someone they had run into in the context of the Second Dawn who was fighting against them.
Okay. So from a player perspective, I just think it's like I've been in this scene long enough. I'd like to give over to the others so we can get on with stuff. I was trying to come up with a reason for May, who is preternaturally obsessed with getting information, wouldn't be like, "Tell me more." So we can just abstract that if you want. So I think it's fair to say she would want to talk more about this.
I mean, I was going to be like, yeah, and then we kind of move away from the scene to other people's stuff.
Yeah,
and then
cool.
once
All right,
everybody
cool.
else catches up to kind of like lunchtime, that's when May can rejoin the others because their work is done for the day. But yes, we can absolutely abstract May getting more information and like specifically asking.
Yeah, fine. That works right for me then. I guess she would just want to know all about this attack and like what they know about the Second Dawn.
Both of them are a little bit hesitant to go into like very specific details about the attack. You kind of get the sense of they're like, well, she works for the sanctuary now, and some of this is secret, but most of this isn't secret and everyone knows about. But like we weren't explicitly told not to share this, but like does the Council of Elders and the administrator want us to share this? You can see them kind of like hedging a little bit, and like someone saying something that maybe was like should have been a little more secret, and the other one kind of shooting them a glare and then going, no, it's okay. What you get is the day of the attack. A number of these ant constructs, as well as some like supersized versions, attacked the sanctuary through the earth. They dug through into tunnels to the outside of the sanctuary, which seems to have been a hole in the security that was not otherwise accounted for, that kind of the alarm systems were in the walls rather than in the dirt around the walls. But on the assumption that if like, you know, people who are earth elementalists skilled enough to kind of tunnel the way like Billy Ray does are really uncommon. So it's like, if one guy breaks through, that triggers the alarm, and then we've got our security systems and stuff like that. It's when hundreds broke through that it was a problem. And I think you put this together with a lot of like, there's a lot of like fresh concrete and kind of like fresh repairs in the sanctuary that you've noticed. But these ant constructs came through the walls and started attacking uh, pretty much everyone. But I think because you explicitly asked for like more details, you do find out through context that there were a lot of injuries and no deaths in this attack. That they could have been a lot more dangerous than they were. You get that the constructs were, as far as uh, anyone could tell, were released on the bank of a river that's about 7 or so miles away, and just traveled underground that entire distance, coming from the northwest of the sanctuary, and that the attack acted as seemingly a diversion or some kind of distraction for someone stealing something from the vault, which is the off limits room upstairs where dangerous magical artifacts are kept. They don't say what was taken, but you know that it was the ampule. So that kind of like connects a couple dots that the sanctuary team like shared with you, but not in like any great detail. Um, and then the second dawn, they just say very simply, you have probably heard of them, and they had not really a lot of pull in the Middle East, but there were like chapters of them that would break out in Europe every once in a while, and they were a danger when you were first got this assignment to dig in North America. So you probably know a fair amount about them in addition to what you're being told. The Second Dawn is essentially a mortal-led terrorist organization, or at least the magical community considers them as such, who is made up of magic-aware mortals whose stated goal is to reveal the existence of magic to the mortal world, and in the process, kind of as part of that, kind of break the back of magical government. And that thing of being like, the sanctuaries are not like inherently their enemy, but understanding that any reveal they make will immediately be reversed by organized resistance from sensitives wiping people's minds and agents coming out to make things get buried, meaning that the sanctuary becomes a very de facto enemy, something you need to knock down before you can accomplish your goals. And yeah, that's what you get. And you do remember from talking with the others, because this probably came up after the reunion with Nine. Um, it is strange, but it does seem like for kind of the first time there are actually mages in the Second Dawn, and that this seems to be kind of sorcerers who are part of the Second Dawn because they're anti-sanctuary, rather than because they necessarily are like full on with the mortal revolution thing. It's the kind of thing of like any like government system makes a lot of enemies, and if those enemies are crushed over and over and over again, eventually the pieces kind of coalesce together. Yeah, that's what you get. And after lunch, you finish that conversation, and you're done for the day, and you can head out. I
Cool.
think from there, we will jump back in time to the um, morning with the others. What did you guys want to do today?
Go on your date with Jamal, Cal.
Fish can do stuff first. It doesn't have to be the next scene.
Okay.
I think it does.
Yeah.
No, either way.
I don't know what Fish is doing. Fish is just hanging out. Fish has been lying in bed justifying why it's okay for them to work with Crown, even after all the horrible, mean things that he said to Cal.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, look, Denier doesn't like me anyway. We're already enemies. Like, my whole thing is that I'm just getting what I want out of the sanctuary. I'm getting information out of the old man. I don't actually give a shit about him. This benefits me, and I don't care if Denia gets her feelings hurt, but I won't tell her.
Yeah. It's also the thing of, like, if you actually didn't care, you wouldn't be thinking about it all of the time.
Yeah.
Kekino is there, and you're hearing all of this as you're like, and I don't care, and it doesn't matter, and like I'm never gonna think about this again. Actually, once I'm
Yeah.
done with this, and Kekino's
And
like,
Kekino's just sitting there like, okay,
Yeah,
Dad.
Kekino's also, occasionally being like, here's a snippet of what Crown said, and Fish is like, I don't want to think about it, please, thank you.
oh.
Then
You could
I'll
also
give
go
you.
bother Sarah, check on in her.
Yeah, you'd have to take the teleporter and like track her down, figure out where she is. But you could get an update on that. Because she's not in the sanctuary anymore. She went off to do her work. And there's also, research you could do about oh, I'll just, kick around the detective's office trying to distract me from the moral conundrum of Crown and Cal, and maybe end up looking at some like, oh, who's this brash guy that everybody keeps bringing up, something like that. But I think if you're unsure, we will do the Jamal scene first.
Just one thing.
Mhm.
Fish goes on a real quick expedition, I don't know, fucking outside, wherever you'd find a spider in Canada. Because in Australia, you find them anywhere, but I don't know where you'd find them specifically in Canada.
The hotel is
Beast
in the
speaking to...
woods, so pretty much everywhere.
Yes. Beast, speaking Beast out into the world just to be like, hey, are there any spiders? Do you want to come live in a guy's drawer? Yes.
Give me
to prank
a
Grumble.
give me an animal handling check.
Wonderful. I believe that's a +0, but still worth checking. No, it's +2, and it makes perfect sense because handling Isle is animal handling. 8. She's not
all right.
here, so
You look around. You're kind of searching high and low. You keep being like, "Hello, are there any spiders in the vicinity?" And then like a random squirrel comes up to you like, "Wait, what? You want what? What do you want? What?" And it's like, "No, not
a
squirrels,
spider.
spiders."
Yeah.
Eventually you find one under a leaf, a decently large, seems like kind of like a trapdoor spider, something that like builds a nest on the ground, and you say, "Hi, do you want to come live with me in some guy's drawer?" And it goes, "Large predator."
Okay, I see that you're just here doing your thing. I'll leave you to it then.
Large
Yeah.
predator.
Yeah, I know. I am very intimidating. Great to see you though.
Yeah, you just get the sense that the spider's kind of intelligence is too low to like willingly go along with something like this, so you would have to like actually grab it.
We have already established that, but I just still think that Fish would try.
Yeah, no, if
Anyway.
you want to grab it, you absolutely can. It just seems like it's not going to come with you like willingly.
No, Fish cares about the spider's consent and agency. It's like, nah, you don't seem into it anyway. Goodbye. Just a small fun vignette of Fish being an idiot. Now,
They don't know this, but it would have benefited Cal to have a spider in the office, so that's nice.
Cal doesn't even need to see it. She just comes into the office and she's like, "There's a spider in here." Ah.
I feel at home.
okay, so is she the kind of person who, when there's a spider in the top ceiling corner of the shower, that she spends the whole time just like being like in conversation with it, or just like she's showering, but like, oh yeah, hey, that's a spider. Do you ever have that? Because I've done that very often.
I mean, me personally, I've done that of being like, "Hey, bud, thanks for the hard work, getting all the flies and
Yeah.
stuff. I'm now going to ignore you." And then, I don't like chit chat the whole time. And I'm like, we acknowledge each other and we're cool. Okay. But
Okay, I
yeah,
guess it's just a cultural thing.
I think Cal is more of a, well, I mean, with our spiders, if we take our eyes off them, they're not going to kill us. But Cal is probably absolutely having conversations with spiders that she meets. Yeah, I think Cal heads down to the cafeteria for her uh, breakfast and is perhaps, sitting there reading a book. And as you are in the cafeteria in the morning gets a little more busy, um, you see Jamal come over and sit next to you. And he's got quite a stack of books in his arms that he puts down next to you, and you can see that there's a lot of like you just kind of like out of habit glance over the titles and stuff, and you're expecting kind of research books having to do with maybe his job or was doing research for you. But no, these seem to be just random books, not things he'd necessarily be interested in. But you do see that some of them are very obviously damaged. And he says, um, "Hi, good morning, Calligeus. I just wanted to, um, check in and see if you wanted to. Oh, I meant to say Denier, but yeah. Um, Denier, I just wanted to see if you had maybe some time today to go over that mending technique with me, and perhaps we could talk and have some snacks or drinks or something of that nature."
I
The two boys.
yes, uh, right now at a different point of the day.
I'm free now. I've got some time right now. It's a little loud in here, so we might have to go somewhere else to work. But yeah, right now, if you're free, of course. I don't want to presume.
Hey, I let me wrap up what I was working on in the mechanics room, and I'll rejoin you in perhaps 15 minutes. Where would should we meet?
Okay. Well, I there is a like a dining room kind of breakfast table area in the hotel upstairs that's currently not being used. So that is kind of private, but they've still got like drink making supplies and things up there. So that might be a good compromise between sort of a dining location, but still like a quiet working location.
Yes. All
Okay,
right.
excellent. I'll be just waiting upstairs in the hotel.
Cal does go back to the Cassie's room and picks up what she, I think, left there while she stopped to go get breakfast, which is a work in progress set of stuffed animals that are various Kekanos in different colors that she's going to give to her nephews and niece.
Oh, that's
What
very nice.
the baby gets, like, I think, like a rattly toy or something like that, a little, but the other ones get like squishmallow sized stuffies. So I think she picks those up and brings them back to her room, and in the most Cal move ever, changes out of the robe she was currently wearing and her dress to change into a different dress that's a little nicer, and then a robe that covers it up that looks exactly the same but is somehow different from the other one.
Yes. Slightly different, slightly higher thread count, but visually identical.
Puts on
Um,
a tiny bit of makeup, like beats out her hair, and then puts a veil that hides all of it.
yep. Yeah, you're working away at these plushies, kind of losing yourself in the work, probably every once in a while pausing to go, okay, back to plushie making. And as you finish that up and get ready, you head upstairs. The
May I interrupt real quick?
mhm.
I'd like to roll luck check for Fish to have come back from hunting trapdoor spiders to notice Jamal in the hotel lobby.
Time-wise, I think that does work out. Give me a luck check, just D20. Choose evens or odds before you roll.
Let's go evens. Damn, 9.
All right. You head back into the hotel on your way downstairs, and you see Samuel Lee, who is running the hotel in Metal's absence, kind of like a little bit busier than usual, just kind of like running around doing stuff. So you just say like hey to each other as you go to the elevator. You go through the lobby and through what was formerly Metal's office to the elevator, which means you don't go through the dining room where Jamal is sitting with his pile of books, being incredibly nervous.
Aw.
It is entirely just
Okay.
like a bunch of signs that someone else is there that you're just kind of ignoring because you're like, that spider. I mean, do what you got to do because can't let you got to respect a spider's agency, but it's a shame. It's a shame.
Does Kekano sense the nervous energy?
Let me double check for him. Probably yes, but
Ted!
I am choosing how to flavor that roll. What happens is Kekano is Teddy. Kekano is with you and is seeing Samuel Lee run around and, unbeknownst to you, kind of get things ready and set up here for kind of company. And he notices people in the dining room. He notices someone, and he gets a little bit of Samuel Lee's thoughts, being like, haha, I can't believe doing a date. It's gonna be very fun. Should I use a fake accent when I'm the maitre d'? Is that insulting? Yes. Okay, definitely do it. And Kekino goes, Dad, I'm thinking other loud thoughts. I'm thinking about spiders. I think maybe there is a way to find another spider, maybe one that's a little more used to people. Do you know if anyone has like a pet tarantula or something in the sanctuary?
Pal, I think if anyone does, it would be Denier, and she doesn't, so...
That makes sense. That does make sense. But maybe we could ask around. Maybe we could look for some. Maybe one of like the sensitives have one or something. That seems like a
Yeah.
weird like psychic person thing to do.
Oh, how about this? Tops. He's spidery, isn't he?
He is kind of spider-like. Yeah.
Okay, and also he likes you, so it'll
Yeah.
be a good socialization time for you, my perfect boy. Yes.
I'm not perfect, but thank you.
You are perfect. You came from me.
Okay. Okay, Dad. You know best.
Alright, exit.
Yeah, Kekino rolled a 4 and a 5 on his perception check, and I was like, I'm going to choose to flavor that as Kekino notices and chooses to ignore before Fish can find out. Yeah, you head downstairs into the foyer of the sanctuary proper, and as you're down there and interacting with Tops, he actually says, "Oh, Detective Fish, what a wonderful surprise! I actually had a bit of mail for you. This just appeared on my desk today." And we are not going to run this
How'd they spell it?
There is, in fact, a sort of plain wooden box about yay big, that has. It's a very old looking box, and it has taped onto it a little note that says "For my son." And then the note like flipped over says to clarify fish, and it's fish spelled differently, spelled slightly differently, fish spelled slightly differently. It's genuinely like the first one is how you actually have spelled it to your dad, and then the rest of them is like alternate spellings of being like, I don't know which one they are known by in the sanctuary currently.
Fish loves that. That's beautiful. That their dad understands them, and they're very
um
polite. Pick up the box.
As this is happening, you are distracted by this conversation and do not see Cal walking past you in her robe and veil to the elevator as she heads up.
She's casted Pass Without Trace. We all know it.
I'm
Yes,
not
there is-
wasting my spell points, but
As you head up the elevator to meet with Jamal. As you peek out um, in the as you peek out into the kind of dining room, you've been through here before. Metal kind of walked you around, but never with like people in it, which is interesting. But you see a number of tables have kind of been put away for the season. You know, the hotel's closed, but there's one round table, nice red tablecloth that's been draped over it, and sitting with his back to you, looking very nervous, is Jamal. And next to him, there is a very tall stack of kind of broken books, and there is a couple of small plates and cups there. And as you're quickly going to find out, he did put on a bow tie, although Cal can't see it from this direction. Um, uh, he is making it something of a proper date, but also he has delegated a little bit of this responsibility to Samuel Lee, which was a mistake, as you will find out. And yeah, what does Cal do in this moment? Seeing him,
She
but him not
walks.
being there.
Yeah, really, honestly, that is the always back of her mind. What's the fucking quote? Ink the hit the bricks.
If it sucks, hit the bricks. If shit
Yeah.
sucks, hit the bricks.
Hit the bricks. Yeah.
I think she walks in, sees the tablecloth and plates and stuff like that, and has probably immediately tries to convince herself of that must have already been there. That was completely coincidental. We're just sitting. This is the equivalent of us sitting in the archives, except it's appropriate to have drinks here.
Mhm.
So she just walks up, hesitates for a moment, then keeps walking and goes, "Hi, bonjour."
Jamal shoots up out of his chair and just absolutely fucking knocks it over as it crashes to the ground, just way too loud. And he goes, oh, Denier, welcome. I wanted to just kind of meet with you where it was a little bit quiet. But I told Mr. Stillwater, who works the front desk, and he insisted that the tablecloth helps kind of protect the table. So he insisted that he do kind of this setup and everything. If you if you'd like to take a seat, please.
Are you all right?
I am doing very well. Thank you.
Are you sure? We can reschedule this.
Nope.
Oh,
No,
all right.
I think now is a great time. And oh yes, of course. Bonjour. He gives you a little bow, and he goes and he pulls the seat out for you.
Cal tilts her head a bit, but sits. I do think there is part of her that has only ever dealt with fight or flight situations. And in the back of her mind, she's like, is Jamal going to murder me?
What was the?
I don't think she thinks it's likely, but
There's the quote in Dimension 20 Mentopolis where it's like, yes, he was flying through the air and adrenaline was pumping, and then it crashed down, and there was a small part of his brain that went, "Is this like sex?" No, it's kind of like
the
my heart is
opposite, yeah.
racing. The heart is racing. Is this a way to murder me?
He's on edge. He keeps looking around and is shifty and wants me to be in a low position. Is he about to stab me?
But yes, you sit down, and he returns to his seat, and there's just a moment where he looks pleased and a little happy that you've joined him. As he starts unloading some, in addition to the books, he's got some papers, pots of ink, little pots of glue, things like that. He's kind of setting up like a work thing here. And he just looks very happy, and that happiness is broken by Samuel Lee entering the room wearing a very large fake mustache and going, Hey, welcome, welcome. What can I get for you to drink?
What is happening? And she says that to Jamal, not Samuel.
I don't know. Samuel, why are you here? I am serving you this evening.
It's 9 in the morning.
Morning, Bella, Bella. I don't speak the English well. Water's all around, and he.
Cal leans in and covers her, like, does a gesture of, like, covering her mouth despite the fact that the veil does, and she goes, I deal with enough shenanigans from Fish and the others.
This wasn't me. This wasn't me. I promise.
It didn't seem your type. Should we leave? I can ward the doors, so once he leaves, he can't come back.
That's a good idea. No, we'll definitely consider that. Let's get anything he's going to give us first, because I think he's between us and the drinks, and then maybe we can sort of lock him out. Hey, I have for you today some bread service, waters, and little drinks. And he sets down a coffee for Jamal and a little espresso sized cup of liquid for Cal. Don't really know what's in it yet, but he kind of is like, yes, these were. Jamal, why did you pick these drinks? What? No, it's I. Okay, well, fine. Yeah, okay. Enjoy. I will be right back if you need me. And he leaves the room, and Jamal is absolutely beet red. Just his entire neck to hairline, you can see, is like turning like a purplish color of his blush. You can see even like his fingernails are like getting red as he has like a whole body like paralyzing blush. And as he is sitting there absolutely rigid with fear as this fucking clown leaves, he takes a bit of paper and he crumples it up in his hand. He takes a pot of glue and he dumps some on, and then he turns and he chucks it at the door to the kitchen that he came through, and instantly his magic creates like a web of paper that just like seals the door entirely closed.
Do you need additional wards on top of that, or will that cover it?
I don't know. Can you get the front door into the dining room? I don't think he's gonna climb through the windows, but he might.
Does he have some sort of problem with you?
I'm sorry.
Why are
I don't
you
talk-
apologizing? Did you ask for this? Is this
No,
you?
No. I asked for help a little bit if I could use the room up here. I think he's been really like bored and lonely. Nobody really comes up here anymore because
Metal
the
has told
hotel's
me
closed.
about that. No, Metal has told me. I think she said that one time that they pretended to be. What was it? I think it was something about like switching who was a guest and who was the check-in reception, and there would be all sorts of like famous actors or royalty. Yes, I think they liked playing games of imagination with Metal working with us instead. I'm sure he hasn't had much time to be with his so it's much. He hasn't had much time for play dates.
Okay. Just as long as you know that I do not want this and did not put him up for this. Okay.
No, all right.
Okay, you've got the doors warded. Whew. You said you didn't drink coffee. I thought this might be a good compromise for you if you want to try it. I just included a little glass if you want. And I had some more made up if you wanted more. And he looks at just like having just sealed the door to the kitchen where you assume the extra coffee and drinks are, and goes, but I'm sure we can figure something out. If you don't like it or you do like it and you want more or whatever. Do you want to start working on book things, and the mending?
Yes, but I'll try the beverage first, and I think she'll pick it up and give it a little sniff.
It smells. Well, it's sort of a smell you can't really place at first. That then has some notes that you kind of recognize. Smells like a little dessert-ish, and then you recognize chocolate.
Has he made her a
Chocolate.
mocha? That's very sweet.
As you take a sip, it is not a mocha, but it is a cold chocolate milk with just the tiniest bit of espresso powder. Mocha for people who can't handle mochas.
All right.
And as you sip it, do you think Cal enjoys it?
I think so. I think she's a little startled by it being cold. I think she would have expected anything coffee flavored to be hot in her experience, but I think she'd be all right with it. Can Jamal roll me a perception check?
Yeah. Okay. That's not good. Let me see what exactly that is. It's certainly low. It's certainly low.
Didn't he go up to level 4?
Yeah, but he rolled bad. Okay. So that is. Yeah. Okay. That's not that, which means that he got a 3. He is
Honey.
paralyzed with nerves.
Yeah. All right. I would say she'll sip it and then she won't say anything, which I think Jamal would not would be freaked out by, but that's not a negative thing.
Mm-hmm. As you sip your drink, he then realizes that he's staring at you and grabs his own coffee and takes a sip and absolutely burns the shit out of his mouth, but then puts it back down and is trying to be as normal as possible. Give me a insight check from Cal.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making stupid jokes.
Yeah, you are. Saucy.
It's 19.
With a 19, Cal is a little surprised that it's cold and sees him immediately kind of flinch a little bit as he burns his tongue. And I think Cal is someone who always kind of thinks the worst in many ways. So I will leave to you if you accept this or not. I think it crosses your mind that you were given a cold drink instead of a hot drink because he did not want he thought a hot drink might be more overstimulating for you when it's something that's unfamiliar.
Oh.
But whether you like actually accept and internalize that or go, no, that can't be right, is something I'll leave it to you and Cal.
I think she has that thought, and then I'm sorry, that's real fucking sad. Goes, yeah, nobody actually would care enough to think about and do that for me. But hey, it's a start. She had the thought.
Mm-hmm. And as you as you sip your drinks and your waters and munch on a small basket of rolls that was left at the table, you can start discussing the mending cantrip. Um, how do you kind of teach Jamal?
I think Cal would start with like fucking talking shop. And he would be she has brought several kinds of thread, and so she's gonna put her hand in her or her chin in her hand, and she's going to be like, so you are able to work with wood fibers, correct? You can manipulate them.
Yeah, to a certain extent. So you can see that kind of like talking shop has like relaxed him to a certain extent as he's like talking about something he's an expert in rather than being nervous around you. He essentially says, "That is what Samuel's doing. It's true." Um, he, unbeknownst to you, Samuel is trying all of the doors and windows, and when he can't find one, is like cutting a peephole in the wall. Um, um, as you talk, he's basically like, yes, I can manipulate fibers, but with paper, there's fibers of all different lengths going in all different directions. So we're actually taught to conceptualize paper and wood, even though they do have fibers and like a grain to them. Mostly we're taught to conceptualize them as like a solid mass. Like a glass of water. It's entirely water, no matter how you look at it. We are trained to kind of look at paper as the whole rather than individual fibers, which allows us to have um, it allows us to kind of do things faster and more efficiently. And as you're discussing and like talking about the nature of threads, he actually shows you how he repairs books, which he does have something that's kind of equivalent to a mending cantrip. You just find out that it's like fairly inefficient and it takes a while and has a lot of like downsides. What he does is he takes a piece of paper and he rips it, and then he takes a spray bottle and he sprays just a misting of water in the general area to raise the humidity of the paper, and then he dabs a little bit of glue in the paper, and then he touches it and he murmurs over it, and as he describes it to you, the sizing that keeps the paper as a whole sheet rather than a bunch of individual fibers like flows out through the paper and kind of like seals this tear together. But that means that you are, by moving the sizing around, you are kind of like stressing out the paper and drying it out and making it more susceptible to damage. So you need to like add some glue to soak into the paper. You need to be like careful with the humidity and stuff like that. It's like the end result is like pretty good and the words are still like readable and things like that. It just takes a while and seems really delicate. Um and uh and so you talk to him about fibers and threads.
Have you ever tried to manipulate material that is not tree based?
Um well, we our training regimen for this discipline is a little eclectic. There's a lot of things that people write on. So most of my expertise is in kind of wood-based paper. Um, but there is, I've had training in rag paper and in a little bit of lithography, a little bit of stone carving for that record in stone or clay, and just really the basics of like silk painting and things like that. More like semi-organic but non-vegetal writing surfaces, things like that. They all require slightly different techniques. Some like general applicability, but basically, you gotta to be to do this kind of magic, you have to know a little bit about a lot of different things.
Silk was precisely my question. I was wondering if because it was animal byproduct, it wouldn't be something you can manipulate. And actually takes out like a little what is the fucking word? It's not spindle. What is the spool of silk thread, and she takes off her gloves, unspools some of the thread, threads it through a needle, and she says, "Have you ever done any form of hand sewing before, Jamal?"
No, I haven't. I've my one of my sisters enjoyed sewing, and I saw her sometimes, but I never tried it myself.
I don't know, I've never really gone into too much of how others use their necromancy to repair, but I always, when I was younger and I didn't quite have the dexterity to manipulate shadow at such a minute scale, I did know how to sew and do repairs that way. So it seems that my magic had ended up simulating that thing, what I was familiar with, to be able to work in that way.
That's how we're trained. Sometimes they have you do a skill, and then that allows you to conceptualize the material using that skill.
Yes. Yes, I think I obviously there's probably better methods, but I can only teach you what I know, which is
I want to know what you know.
she hands him the needle and thread, and she's like, "Do you know even where to begin with the needle?"
I mean, I suppose I've read about it, so I understand, like, in concept, you just kind of stab it through and then tie it to itself, and there's certain stitches you can do that bind the two pieces together.
Cool, we'll go full ghost.
Yeah.
She'll pick up one of the books that has like exposed, and Patrick, you can obviously know more about this, so correct me on this. A book with an exposed spine, so she can move the needle from a glued stack of pages into the spine. You correct where you know more about bookbinding than I do.
You're sewing the leaves together, yeah.
Yeah. And she's gonna get that ready, and then she's going to hand Jamal the needle and then adjust his grip on it.
There is a moment of tension when your hand first touches his, when he goes stiff, that Cal may not take in perhaps the best light, but then ease into it as he relaxes, and you start guiding his hand in and out in sewing.
Cal, I think, just works on that, and just until he's being like, no, those stitches are too sloppy. Like, not even nice. Oh, I already made the ghost joke. Not even nice about it, but being like, no, your stitches are sloppy. Tighter.
Like this?
No. Yes.
Okay. No, I got it. Okay. Oh, I see. That's really interesting. As you work with Jamal, you see him start to get it, and it was really this level of conceptualization rather than rather than like actual skill level. As you work, he finds that eventually he can he learns to start to like hyper focus in on the material of the paper that allows him to separate out little individual fibers and in some ways kind of weave them back together. And as you're experimenting with each other, you have this little piece of cloth that he's practicing sewing on. You learn that because of the way that he was taught to kind of conceptualize these fibers coming together, and the reason that he has so much trouble with silk is the fact that it is a cloth rather than a true paper. The two of you find together that with just a very slight kind of change in the way his magic works, he can essentially tighten or loosen the weave of a fabric in a specific way that his thinking of paper as like a whole translates to his thinking of fabric as a whole, and that um, his techniques translate to that. And eventually, as he's teaching you, you are getting a lot of sort of secondhand knowledge about how his magic works and how he conceptualizes things. And at a certain point, he brings something up, and you say, "Well, my magic is with shadows. There's nothing I can do." And he says, "No, no, 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 no. Um, when we're first training, the way we go about our initial training is we need to be able to sense the difference between the paper and the ink, and so we traditionally write with a bunch of different inks. Specifically, we start with a soot-based ink on natural paper, and then we can tell the difference between sort of the once living organic paper and the soot, which is of course now entirely inorganic. Um, it, you know, I don't know that it's like death magic in any way, but the tree that gave us this paper was once alive. If you maybe if you really concentrate, you can do the same. You can tell the difference between the page and the ink. And give me an Arcana check.
28.
Jesus. One of these days you're gonna roll one of those and it's gonna be low. Um,
One of them never fucking happened.
as you hold the paper in your hand, you kind of probably bring it really close to your veil out of concentration more than any need to read it. But you can feel just a little bit of like an echo of life that was once in the paper. And once you can feel that, you can feel where it's dampened somewhat. It's dampened by the ink. And Jamal um, as Jamal explains to you, the more advanced way of copying documents is being able to take the shape of the letters and transform it onto another piece of paper. But the simpler way, the way that they're all taught originally, is to just split a little bit of that ink off and bleed it slightly into a paper underneath it. And that's how you copy. And if you become good, you can do it subtly enough that it doesn't overly bleach the original copy. And as you work together in the same way that your mending is not just about using pure shadows to mend, but sometimes just taking your shadows and forming them into a needle and using that needle to push through the material that's already there, whether that's fabric or um, uh, bindings on the paper or what have you. Um, you realize that you can spread your shadows thin into the weave of the paper and pluck just a tiny bit of ink out and copy it onto another page. And soon it's not just you showing Jamal how that magic works, it's him showing you how his magic works. And at the end of this, this little date, workshop, what have you, um, Jamal has the mending cantrip as you have. It operates in a different way, and it's slower for him, but better than the technique that he had. And between the two of you, you managed to repair a lot of these books that he brought up, specifically because they were resistant to his normal techniques. And you learn in a way that's much slower than his, sloppier, things like that, the ability to duplicate written pages in the same way he does. And after a lot of what is first awkward, then becomes incidental, and then occasionally becomes purposeful hand touches, you find that the work has been done, the magic learned, the glass is empty and the bread gone, and you are just sitting there looking at the bindings of a book together and realized that when you last touched each other's hands, you never actually let go.
Once he is successfully casting mending and he doesn't, he's doing a good job and he's moving through the stacks of books, I think she pauses from her own stack and she goes, well, now you don't need me anymore.
His hand that is still on yours tightens and says, I think I'll always need you because you'll always be better at this than me. And I think, maybe we have a lot to teach each other.
Well, that's fair. Yes.
Do you want to do this again?
What else? Do you have other spells that I'm supposed to teach you? I don't really know how much I could translate besides this one.
I'm sure we can figure something out.
Uh, all right. No more
I-
Samuel, though, right?
No, I think we'll maybe find another place that's perhaps actually private. And you can hear like a little scratching at the window, and you can see
cat!
Samuel being like, big fake mustache drooping off his face and like full of leaves and sticks. Mamma mia! I want to be in there. As this wonderful little date comes to a close, I think maybe going forward, Cal still does not want to brush hands when she is conscious of it. Will never perhaps purposefully make that choice. But now in the back of her mind, it's happened so many times that it's comfortable in a way. And before she notices subconsciously, her finger may find Jamal's knuckle while he's holding a book, or touch briefly as they pass something. And you gather up your materials and you start heading back down towards the sanctuary. Um, Jamal dismisses the ceiling on the kitchen door. You dismiss your wards around the other doors and windows. But as you can see, Samuel sprinting around the outside of the hotel to get to the front door. Um, Jamal just very casually presses the gloop of paper to the front door, and that seals up, and you can hear the doorknob rattling as Samuel is now entirely locked outside. And the two of you just calmly head back down to the sanctuary.
Can I get another perception check from Mr. Tractate? Maybe, God. It's really small. It's not a high DC.
How does a 15 serve you?
That's good. I think when he picks up Cal's cup, he would see a lipstick mark on it.
I will say give me a perception check to see if Cal notices. I don't necessarily know if I want her to notice.
All right. Well, I can roll with disadvantage, but it is a 22.
Well, I don't know if Cal knows how to interpret it, but you can see Jamal pick up the cup, see the lipstick mark, and then just rub it with his thumb ever so slightly before he goes and puts the dishes away. And Cal notices that.
It's a nice, like, dark berry color. Not super, not really like super her, but she kind of thought what Elise would recommend in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I had this idea if the whole time. When he rolled a 3, I was like, no! And if he had somehow got it in that 20, I would have been like, he fully notices, like, when she's sipping, like, her mouth from, like, under the underveil. But no.
And as you head down through the sanctuary, you find that your anxiety has eased a little bit. Your eyes find Jamal's every once in a while, and things seem okay. I think it helps you forget a little bit about the stresses of other things happening in your life, at least for a moment. And as we get down, we will see what's been happening with Fish this entire time.
Roll initiative.
Fish has gathered their spider army.
Okay, Ellie, you say we're so fucking rotted? No, we're not. We're having a nice time. We're just watching our friends who are in an IRL relationship roleplay a fake relationship. It's fine.
It's so
What's wrong with
funny. I always joke about, like, everybody got a turn with Patrick flirting before I did. So it's so funny to be like, all right, let's go.
And then you get the whole episode, and that's totally fine. We love it.
Yeah, but
No
it's
complaint.
also being like Cal inherently needs the slow burn. So it's like it's not just like, hey, it's a couple scenes. It's like weaving it in there. It's like, no, we got to devote time to it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Glacial.
Yes, glacial. As meanwhile, in the foyer, Fish has just received this wooden box from their dad, their sort of dad, one of their dads, their godfather, as it was. And you can see it's a very nice wooden box, wood you don't recognize. Doesn't seem to be any kind of like metal on it. It's just entirely like wood hinged, wood latched. And yeah, it's from your dad if you want to open it.
Fish will open it.
Right there in
Fucking
the foyer.
right there, yeah.
Okay.
Blanc Kekano down on the desk so he can see.
He's immediately like sniffing it and being like, "What is this?
What do you
Gift
smell?
from Granddad. I smell dirt."
Yeah, dirt. Well, that's pretty good. The wood. You said that fish doesn't recognize it, and the immediate thought I had was how their stone fist is petrified wood. Is it petrified wood?
It is not. It is not actually. Let me get a nature check from fish if you're trying to determine this wood.
I'm rolling like ass. That's 6. It's stone.
Yeah, this is just a wood you don't recognize. It seems like actual wood. You probably think it's petrified wood for a minute, and you kind of like press a nail into it, but it does give, and you realize it's just really old wood that's very like dry and solidified rather than petrified wood. Yeah, you flip it open
Cool. Yeah, let's open it up.
as
And
you.
with Eldritch Sight on, just to see if there's anything inherently magical about it, if you please.
There is sort of a low-level glow from the box itself, not as if there was any like current magical effects, but as if this is something that has been in contact with the been in contact with like magical things for a while in close proximity. As you open it, there is also this. There is also a sort of radiant glow from what seems to be a bunch of dirt sitting in this box. Um, just some nice soil, but as you're looking, you can see what seems to be um, two like sources of magic, two more solid things of magic that are deeper in the box, buried.
Uh,
I was
okay.
right.
Well,
Dirt.
obligatory joke. It's an avocado.
Thanks.
Thanks. um, and Fish looks at it and goes, "Yeah, you were right. Y- Uh, I don't know. Dead dove don't open. I don't know what I expected." Um, starts to dig through the dirt.
All right. As you dig through the dirt, there is dirt, dirt. Oh, some rocks. That's a change of pace. Okay, dirt, dirt, and kind of a bigger rock, kind of like fist size,
Mm.
covered in something. It's got like you start to pull it out, and it's like this very like perfectly smooth, kind of flat on one side, like disc, like a perfect like skipping rock.
Oh, yeah.
And it it has on the top of it as you pull it out a design that at first you think is like, oh, like dried blood or something like that, but no, it's more of an orangey color, and it's like an ochre that has been drawn on this in a specific design. And then as you turn it over, there is symbols carved into the underside of it, but not symbols you recognize, other than that some of these you have seen amongst the Maori.
Fascinating. Very interesting. Fish is like, that's awesome. I don't understand even a little bit, but I can ask Dad about it.
Yeah. If you want to figure out more about it, you can give me an Arcana check or a symbol magic check, which has a much lower DC.
Well, since thanks to former Grand Mage Crown, we got a +1 to symbol magic. I'll do that.
Okay.
11.
11. Okay. With a 11, you look at this and you're kind of like, okay, I don't think that I totally understand what this is, but it seems like some sort of like ceiling projection, some kind of thing. And then as you're holding it in your hands, you can see it start to activate, and energy is flowing through it, and it's glowing a little warm in your hand. And then
First,
it,
I'll show you what this rock says.
mm-hmm, health. Nice. I like worry stones. They feel so nice. You just rub them.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyway, the rock is activating.
you
Oh
can
shit!
feel the rock activating, and then uh Tops in front of you just kind of like leans to the side a little bit and says, "Good morning, sir. How exactly did you enter the sanctuary?" And you know there's somebody standing behind you.
Oh, what the what? Hi, what? Tell me everything about this person. I'm perceiving immediately.
You see a mildly translucent, almost ghostly kind of figure of a very old man, with not your father, but a Maori man with two kind of long braids of hair down the back of his head and then shaved sides of his head, which is something that you probably haven't ever seen among the Maori before. Cutting hair is a big deal. Um, but he's got a string of tattoos that just goes from his ears over his mouth and down his throat into kind of like a like half mask, and he is very old and wearing kind of a wrap skirt with uh, a little kind of blanket cloak on, which means lots of old man chest just like on full display. Um, kind of uh, it's kind of like a little slouched, a little sinking into himself. As yes, this seems to be something like an echo stone that someone sent to you. And as this figure rises up, fully formulates, makes eye contact with you, he says, "Well, your Tomoko looks like shit.
Mm-hmm.
You can tattoo those
Uh,
yourself. You look like an idiot."
yeah. I was I was young, not good at it yet. Didn't have anyone to do it for me. Anyway, really nice to meet you. This is a really great first impression to me.
Well, I can see why I was cold then. Gotta whip you into shape if you're gonna be representative of us.
Of who?
Us, boy, our
Who's
people.
us? Oh, that is that allowed?
Well, it's what I was asked to do by, a god. So, that's what I'm gonna fucking do. Yeah?
Yeah. Yes. So what you get? I'm getting more tattoos. That's awesome. I like that very much.
We'll see about working you up to some tattoos. Yeah.
Then, all right. So
I've been,
so,
I've been
you
sent
a
here
lot.
to teach you about our people, you great father, and who you are. So I don't care what other shit you got going on. Let's get to it.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, Tops. It's been very nice to see you. Where do you want to do this, Mr. Rock?
It's been nice to see you too. Just keep an eye on your Echo Stone if you wouldn't mind. They can be a little dangerous in, secure facilities.
Okay, then I'll go outside.
Yes, or it just, be rather careful bringing it into the archives or the chamber of the council. It is quite rare to see something of this nature.
All right, we'll keep your lips sealed then. All right, let's go, Mr. Rock. Fish
Bye,
plunks.
Mr. Tops. Of course.
Uh,
Goodbye,
yes. Coconut up on the shoulder. Fish is gonna take the box and the Echo Stone upstairs and out. Show their spider friend.
You head out into the outside. There is this point at which you head out, and because your back is to it, you don't notice that the dining room doors are closed and sealed, and you don't see Samuel Lee as you head out. But you do hear a lot of running and just kind of general kind of movement sounds of
Hold on, tell me if this works.
Mamma mia!
Mamma mia! There is a running and then just like a crash, and you hear really faintly, Mamma mia!
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. As you step away from the hotel and sort of enter the woods that are in the surrounding area, there is a a brief moment in time where you run into a scythe on patrol. They give you a nod before you head out, and then you're in the forest proper. And this Echo Stone man has just kind of been simulating walking behind you, although he seems decently
Doesn't have
tied
to.
his stone. Yes.
All right, what'd you say your name was?
I gave up my name in order to be a villain.
Respect. That's really cool. My mentor kind of had the same thing. So that's neat. I'm not gonna have to give up my name, am I?
Gods. Well, I'm not training you to handle sacred objects, so no. No, you don't.
I probably don't need training to handle sacred objects. Being
No, you probably do. I mean, look at the tattoos. Not a lot of knowledge. Anyway, besides the point. Call me. No, that sounds weird. No, that sounds weird too. Call me Keeper, I guess. Or I mean, I don't know how good you getting with the language, but back in the land,
I'm learning.
All right, we'll try this. Mata Uranga.
Mata. Oh, it's
Mata
great to
Uranga.
meet you, Keeper.
Yeah, it's what I fucking thought. All right. Well, apparently there's some limitations to what your father can teach you and tell you about who you are, what you are. get you to belong. So I'm supposed to be kind of your introduction to the people, get you started on this path.
You haven't been very welcoming so far.
Well, do you know what it's like for people after death? You see a lot of ghosts running around on the islands. Huh? No? Shut the fuck
No.
up.
Okay, alright.
I had a very important job for years and years and years. I was the keeper, the blesser of the Tononga. And when my apprentice died, I had no one else to give the knowledge to. I was an old man, and if it wasn't for me, knowledge of our sacred objects would be lost. So, the decision was made by my Iwi to put my thoughts and things in this stone and just, keep an eye on things for, I guess, fucking forever. Then I come to, and there's a bunch of fucking paka running everywhere, and our stuff is in museums and houses of rich blokes, and there's right.
Fish is genuine.
I'm a bit of an asshole. You're a bit of an asshole. We just get that out of the way. I'm here to help you. Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. Now, when your dad sent me off, he didn't give me much of a briefing. So, what do you know about him? It, they. Nah.
Just real quick narration thing. Fish is genuinely like affected by by this, and it's like, oh yeah, you know what, you're right.
There is in like the very little knowledge that you have of kind of the Maori, and this is things like not that your dad taught you, but like things that came down to your childhood and just like spending some time wandering New Zealand as a young adult, of just like there is no like good ghost or good spirit among the Maori. It's like if everything is good, you die, you're gone, you live on through like the teachings you taught and the memory of others, but there's no like you that exists as a separate entity. You are supposed to be distributed to kind of like the spirit and souls of all of your loved ones and your family, and you're supposed to be remembered constantly, but you're not supposed to be like a ghost. And this guy is not a ghost. He's a memory in an echo stone, but it is like very close for cultural comfort. This is like, yeah, becoming something like a ghost in a society where it's like, hey, if you become a ghost, something went wrong. Like somebody didn't bury you properly, somebody didn't treat your name with respect, you were a bad person, something like that. That's gonna keep affecting you. And so, this kind of bitterness and rudeness is not, I think Fish can sense, like directed at them so much as like the situation.
Yeah, just like, sucks that I'm in this situation in general. I totally get it. Okay. What do I know about Dad? God of communication, some kind of way. That's kind of all I was really getting, because for a whole communication thing, quite ironically, I was having difficulty communicating any details to me.
Well, it's kind of afraid of that. Yes. Well, I guess start with the basics then. Your father, one of your fathers, is a god, as you know. Our people call him Tohono Atua. He's not a god of communication. Don't really know where you got that. God of connection. When
Okay. Well, I mean, they
two
both
people,
start with C, so
yeah, in your language, I'm being translated.
right. True.
Yeah, we got our people have a lot of gods and spirits that watch over us and our people, but there's higher concepts. Is we have our god of the seas, but then other people have their god of the seas, and what do you think? They just kind of share? No, they all got parts of that, and then there is like a embodiment of the sea itself that belongs to no one. Well, kind of strangely, there's no real like god of connection in like any lore. Your father is that holy. He's not the Maori god of connection between people. He's the world's god of connection between people. He's everything. Every person that loves each other and hates each other fights and talks and get married and have kids and everything. He's all of that, and he's got a special connection with our people, and he visited us a lot because we have proud history of communicating with each other, talking with each other. But he's not ours, just ours enough to give him a special name. Tohono.
Okay.
Say it with me. Tohono
Donna
Atua.
Atua. I know that one. That's God.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Not a complete loss then.
Not a complete lost cause.
Well,
Donna Atua.
as a god of connection, he has more influence over those that are connected to him, and not a lot of influence at those that feel lost or adrift or not connected to him in any way. So he didn't really explain. Came to me in a sort of vision in the in between, but I assume can't really like tell you a lot about him and his history and where you came from and all that. So I'm here
Whoa.
to turn you into a proper Maori. And
Oh.
yeah,
Okay. Um. All right. I just want to get one thing clear. I'm not cutting my hair currently. That is my choice, but unfortunately, it's not happened in my life.
give me a persuasion check of being like him being like, well, you fucked up already. Might as well just give up.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You look at this ghost of a Maori elder who clearly has very old-fashioned ideas about what it means to be part of your people, and he just gives a big sigh that, because he doesn't have lungs, just like continues for slightly too long, just like all right. Well,
It wasn't my fault. I was a kid. It was her.
yeah, okay. Fair enough. Since you've been an adult, people have different relationships with mana and their own power. It's not always a bad thing. It's just something to be careful about. You got to express your power to people in other ways. The Tamoko's one way of doing that. Just other symbols of kind of authority. You don't have. I mean, you got like daggers, not like a real man's weapon. no amulets
Well,
or
I'm not a
anything.
real
No
man.
trophies. I mean, uh, I mean, like, well, I mean, um,
It's okay. You're old. You don't understand. It's 1953 here. I'm a little bit more in tune with the gender stuff than you are.
okay, right, yeah. Well, just like you know, I guess man, like, like generally, like,
Okay. Yeah. No.
yeah,
I get you.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, no, you understand. It's just you know, it's right.
You
So,
got some things to unlearn. I've got some things to learn. Let's work together on this.
all right, sure, yeah. The long and short of it is, I'm gonna teach you how to be part of our people. You know, teach you some language, teach you some practices. That's what I did when I was, you know, a live person. I was responsible for the knowledge of our people, and to pass it along to you. So, you know, straighten up, learn, and then be able to visit your dad more, I guess, and really, really belong. You really didn't know just fucking anything about who your father was?
No.
Just like, just like nothing, you know, just like you grew out of the ground?
I mean, like, okay, I know what a father is conceptually. As as far as I was aware, he wasn't interested in. Like I had the one that was left, you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, gotta say, you gotta do a pretty thorough job to keep the god of connecting with people away from their own kid. You know, gotta be something going on. But yeah, you're son of a god. Your dad's what we call we sometimes call a Papa Wairua, ghost father. Yeah.
I grew up thinking that he left me behind. So yeah, it's nice, you know, knowing him finally. But I'm still kind of holding on to that. Don't tell him I said that. You can't tell him I said that, can you? Don't worry about it.
I can
It's
tell him whatever the fuck I want.
no, well, fuck
Do a
you.
ritual right now.
All right, I can't stop you. Anyway, what's lesson one? Let's get down to it. I am your student. I am here to learn and become a man, metaphorically.
Well, lesson one is to rail. Just get your language up. Get you belonging. Get you some your people's lore. Find your family, and we'll see what's what.
Okay.
One last thing. Little gift.
Yes.
I'm supposed to give you. Go dig it in a dirt box. Yeah. There's a thing in there for you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. He picks up the box. Digging through the dirt. Shall I roll something for this? For finding in the dirt?
No, it's not a big box. Assumedly, you'll find it eventually. You pull out a you pull out a greenstone amulet that reminds you a little bit of the one your father wears. This only has a single twist on it, so it looks like a infinity symbol on its side with a small eye and a large eye. Your father's had one that had 3 twists on it, which is a like more advanced kind of like chieftainly like symbol. But this marks you as kind of a member of his family, or at least to people in the know, a member of a family. And you can tell that it is old. It is hundreds of years, possibly passed down through your ancestors. The fact there is, when you turn it over, it is not actually smooth, as if it was done entirely with hand tools, smoothed on rough stones.
And Fish likes that. That it's not perfectly smooth, and even though they go, see, it doesn't have to look perfect. I'm not such a fuck up.
Well, let's not count our chickens quite yet, yeah? But we'll make sure that you're not a fuck up first.
Jake puts it on.
Yeah. Back straight. Just out.
Right. Yep, that's the way.
Yeah.
The ladies
off.
find it more
Proud.
attractive anyway.
Show it off. Be proud. And from there, we will move on in time. He starts teaching you some terminology. Eventually, he starts getting a little more see-through, and he has to disappear back into his stone. But you find out that like the stone just goes back into the box of dirt and it's ready to go the next day. It's not like a traditional echo stone where it's like, oh, it might need to charge for a year or something like that. It seems to like constantly just get a low level charge from the dirt, which you do find out is dirt from not just New Zealand, but specifically where his home clan lived. When it's a much more common practice with warriors, but as he explains to you, when an important member of your people dies away from home, their last request is the dirt of their homeland so that they may mourn over it. And it seems like as part of kind of being who he is and having this role that kind of serves your entire people rather than his specific clan, he kind of had to give up his own homeland, and so that was the last thing of the land he was born on, the land he mourns over, and that means that he lives in a box of dirt that recharges him every day.
Yeah. And Fish not having like the full knowledge of this, but like still getting the basic vibe, because they are one, also separated from their land. Respects this and treats the box very carefully, and it goes on the spare bed in their room. It's like, you get your own bed, Mr. Box.
And as you receive this lesson and you are heading back in, Kekino is just kind of like, wow, we got like an actual name for Granddad. That's really good. And it sounds like, it sounds like we're gonna find out a lot about him. And you're kind of like a god of connection thing, and I'm kind of like a god of connection thing.
You are. You're a beautiful little god. And you shall
Oh,
have.
yeah.
You already have worshippers. Come on. Everyone loves you.
Thank you. Oh,
At
I got a
at
spider
what
for you while you were
point?
talking.
Oh, shit. Yeah? Yeah? What
Yeah.
kind? What kind?
I don't know what kind. It has big legs.
Oh, big
It's over
legs.
here.
That's
And
usually a spider, yeah.
he goes over to a bit of wood that he was digging. He was digging through while you were talking, and he grabs something and pulls out a centipede that is like whirling around in his face. I got it, Dad.
Oh,
We gotta put it in the desk.
okay. Now, you see, where you've no, you haven't gone wrong. You've done a great job. You did find something.
It's got so many legs. It's like a super spider.
Uh, yeah. I love it. Fish picks up the centipede and goes, "Okay, so hold on a second. But do you see how the many legs? It's more than 8, which is how much a spider is supposed to have."
Well, a spider has. I know a spider has a lot of legs. So I saw this and I was like, "That's a lot of legs." So obviously it's a spider. But if you say
Okay.
it's not a spider, is it like a super spider, or like is it a bunch of spiders that are connected together?
No, but it's okay that you thought that, and we can make up our own new creature, and it's
Okay.
like it's the super. It's called a centipede. When we will call it the super
Centipede.
spider, and we know what it means when we
Centipede
say
super
that.
spider. And
Yes.
do we give it as a gift to the desk?
Oh, maybe not the desk, but we could keep it in the office. I mean, maybe Danielle would like it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and you can tell her that you found it specifically for her, and she
Okay,
might like
I was
that.
finding it specifically for the desk, but if it makes Collisionist happy, I would like that too.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing: making a desk happy and making Danielle happy, not that much of a difference. But let's try it out anyway.
Okay. Let's head back in.
Yes. Here you can hold the centipede. Puts it on
Okay.
him.
I got it.
Good job.
I gotta get
Good
it.
job.
It's good. Oh, it's wiggly. You head back to the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we're kind of reconvening at about lunchtime. Um, and as you head back to the hotel, you hear banging on the door. Nope, that's not aggressive enough. Different banging on the door. There it goes. Jamal, this isn't funny anymore. Let me in. I mean, Mamma Mia! Let me in!
Hey, Sammy, what's going on?
Oh, when'd you get out here? Oh, the door's
Just
locked. And I think all the doors are locked and I can't get back in.
Oh no, that sucks. Good luck. Fish goes and finds another way
Give me an investigation check.
in. 11.
11. You search for a little while. You are finding closed windows, and then when they're closed but unlocked, you start opening them, and shadows whip out and lock them closed. So you're kind of like, okay, well, I've got the chimney, I've got breaking a window, I've got breaking a door. I could go through the emergency elevator that the scythes use. They won't like that. Um.
Yeah, but I can charm my way through.
How do I get in?
Hey, Sammy, did you consider maybe the scythe entrance?
Oh, yes. The last time I did that was a couple months ago because I was not supposed to be out. You know, I had to go down and then come back up because I was supposed to be in the hotel and people weren't supposed to see me and you know yada 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 whatever. They put me in jail. Yeah, they because the cells are right there. They just kind of
Ooh,
locked me up and
jail.
you know they had to confirm my identity and then I had to talk to Tone. He got really mad. Um, yeah, I wouldn't
Hmm.
recommend it.
Well, I am ranked higher than you, though, so I could
Technically, yes, that is true.
probably get away with it.
If you want
And
to do
also,
that,
like,
go for it. I'm gonna kick open the door.
oh, we can do that too. I'll give you a hand.
Okay, cool.
I'll give you advantage on that roll.
He is kicking and kicking and kicking. It's like obviously expected it to fall at the first kick. It's not. He's still going. He's still going. He kind of hurts his foot and he has to switch to the other foot.
Okay, Kakano, do you sense Denya nearby at all?
I don't sense her super close. I think she's downstairs in kind of the foyer area. Um
Good
a little.
pronunciation.
Thank you. I've been practicing. Kelly's been teaching me a lot of words. Um
Hmm.
and yeah, she's too far for me to reach. I can just kind of sense that she's there.
As you're
No,
having this
yeah, that's
conversation,
fine. Hold on.
as you're having this
Yes.
conversation, Samuel entirely busts through the back door. It is now in like 5 pieces. It's so fucked up. It could have been such an easy like kick on the doorknob to open it, but he didn't do well enough, and the entire thing is shattered. And he is now like laying on the floor in a pile of splinters, trying to pick himself back up.
Oh shit. Oh, Sammy, poor thing. You did a really good job, though. Do you need any help? Oh, no, you don't? Well, actually, I've got to go and meet up with the other investigators, so yeah, goodbye.
Okay, see you around, fish. Oh. You just kind of step over him into the hotel and head downstairs. Meanwhile, down in the sanctuary, as Hal and Jamal have headed down, you passed by Tops, and he said, "Ah, Detective Denier, I have a package for you as well."
Oh, thank you.
Here you are. I would ask in the future that your senders would wrap things properly. I'm not sure this is appropriate postage. I think there was a rather large chance of this getting diverted. He hands you what seems like kind of a like not even a cardboard box. It's wrapped in newspaper. Um, and it has a note on it that says, "To Callie by care of the sanctuary, love and kisses, different handwriting, sent from Nebraska uh, to address of the sanctuary." So it's clearly like wrote the address like wrong inappropriately, and then another person went and had to write it correctly, and it's just like not packaged very well. It's like torn up. There's the wrapping is just very not good. Clearly something your sister kind of like wrote a label for and then delegated.
Doesn't she have someone to do this for her properly? I'm sure she could hire someone. She has so many little minions. Eh.
I think Cal wouldn't want to open it, but would it be like if while she's handling it, just kind of like falls open kind of thing?
I think that there is a certain amount of like, you're just trying to like peel off the parts that were already failing, and then it just kind of opens because it was
Mhm.
actually held together by like one piece of tape on the inside, and that tape was
Jesus.
the entire structure holding it together. Inside, though, you find a much more nicely wrapped in brown paper, a package with a large wax seal in the middle with a symbol inscribed in it. And you can feel that it's paperwork, and so you can reasonably assume that it's the notes that your sister was going to send to you and to Fish as well. Um, and Jamal is just like, "Oh, sealed paperwork. That's interesting. This is once you open this, it's going to activate all of the security measures on the paper itself."
Ah, yes. All right. I have to find that carefully then. I, well, I suppose I do know how to make copies now. I do know how to make a copy now, but I'm not quite prodigious with it. I might not be fast enough. This might be another project.
There's also, there's a lot of protections against paperwork you can do, and I have some training on getting around those, as do the other archivists, if necessary, to make copies. Those might be a little bit harder to kind of work around when you're so new to the skill.
No, if that's you offering your help, I'll take it.
Oh yes, no, of course. You're the boss when it comes to this stuff. So whatever you want to do. Do we want to just kind of set up at a table in the archive and get the paperwork sorted, or maybe your office, or anything like that?
Do I have any expectation for Metal coming back to the sanctuary, like when her appointment would be over?
The general thing was Metal left for her previous appointment and then came back about 2 hours afterwards, and she said like, "Oh yeah, and then I went shopping. Here's clothes for you." So clearly it didn't take the full 2 hours. It took like maybe an hour, and then she was shopping. It has been 2 hours since her appointment was, and she is nowhere to be seen. Which means that you're kind of like, okay, well, she could show up right now. She could maybe not show up for a while. I kind of have no idea.
Well, once Metal came back, we were supposed to meet up uh, the five of us and chat about how her day had went, but haven't heard from her, and it doesn't seem like she's back yet. So I suppose I have some time to work on that. We can probably go to the office.
All right. And do we need to gather any of the others? You want me to make any quick runs? Get the other team members, or maybe some tea or snacks or anything like that for anybody?
The fish did say they were interested in this and probably would like to get their own copy. So, yes, I will go find them. Tea and snacks would be appreciated. And while I'm doing that, maybe see if May is done with her work for the day.
Oh, yes. You want Miss Gladly in there as well?
If that's all right with you.
Excellent.
Are you,
I'll
that
go.
I feel like you two will like each other. I think you'll
Okay.
be able to connect.
As you go to set up, you're kind of looking in Metal's room, and it's like, oh, she hasn't been back. It's possible that I just kind of like missed her, but no, she left for her appointment and never came back. Huh. And then you probably go and look for Fish, and Fish is nowhere to be found.
I mean, Cal grabs the sending stone and does the equivalent of like, "Hi, May." This is not okay, but "Hi, May. I was just wondering if you were done with work. If you aren't, I'm working on a little project. It's gonna be in the office. Thanks. Hang up. Get your ass to the office, or I'm doing it without you. Hang up."
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, you were already heading to the office to put a centipede in a desk, or give a centipede to Cal. Either or. As you head in and congregate, Jamal finds May just outside the workroom and walk over together. You probably just chat a little bit about probably
How
paperwork
long
and
have you known
Cal.
Cal?
Yeah, just kind of like, yeah, Cal, yeah, as kind of the immediate thing. Um, as you all head in towards the office, you eventually all meet up. Kekino hops up on the desk with a big wriggling centipede in his mouth, and he goes, "Coincidence! I got a super spider for you."
Me pot. Super spider. Is that the translation in English?
It's a centipede, but he's calling it a super spider.
Centipede. The centipede.
Yeah, and it's called a centipede because that's 100.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
How much is 100?
All right. Count 1, 2,
1, 2,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5. Keep
5,
going. What's after 5?
7.
Yeah, it is.
And then it's many.
Also, this is many more. This is also the first time that Fish and May have seen each other today, so it's like, oh, hey, May, how's it going?
How
Hello,
was
Fish.
work? How's it going? Everybody's catching up while this box of paper sits ominously in the middle of the table. Jamal comes back with some little crackers and a tea. Not a real lunch, but a nice, working lunch. Some little finger sandwiches, things like that. It seems like he managed to sweet talk the chefs. Or it's entirely
I got
possible.
a date.
Fish
Or it's entirely
sets
possible
Kekano
he
straight down on the plate.
yeah, it's entirely possible he had already worked out yeah, I'm gonna come in, we're gonna get a plate of sandwiches, and that's gonna be the continuance of the date. But yes, Kekino gets set down. Does Cal take the centipede?
Oh yeah. No, Cal has a centipede and she's just like cupping it between her hands and stuff like that. I would love to run an insight on Jamal seeing the love of his life play with the puck.
Go for it.
Fish says, "So, what do you call that in French?"
Me pot.
Okay.
It translates to 1,000 paw, I think would be the closest. Which is, they don't have 1,000 legs. They don't
really
even have 100 usually.
Really? I really
Yes.
thought that they did.
No,
Wow.
I've counted very many times. Sometimes they're 100, but it's usually much lower.
That's really really interesting.
It's 15 for my insight, by the way.
There was yeah, Jamal's a pretty open book for Cal. There was this moment of ugh, when Fish came in with a giant bug and gave it to Cal, and then Cal was playing with it, and he was like, "Oh," and then Fish was like, "Yeah, let's talk about it." And he was like, "Fuck off, Fish. This is my conversation too."
Fish,
You-
like, yes, Jamal is trying to like get in there. Fish is like, you know what? I could go and talk to the box in my room for a second and find out what it is in another language. But here's what it is in Russian.
And your hat too. I mean, it is very. I wonder if it's consistent between the languages. It's 100,000, etc. It's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be
I,
interesting to do some research on.
yeah, it would, but maybe as like the investigators doing research together, because I'm sure that you're super busy with other things, Track Date.
Of course, I'm very busy with the work that Denier gives me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can May roll
What
insight?
was that?
Yeah, yeah, go for it.
That is. Fuck, where is it? That's a 16.
Okay,
What I'm
here's-
looking for specifically is just what the fuck is going on with these three? What is this weird vibe that is going on?
You can tell. I don't think a 16 is high enough for you to be like Jamal wants Fish carnally, but Cal is just like, yeah, I love bugs, and it's really interesting what's going on. These are two people who mostly I like, and also sometimes are very annoyed by, but we're talking about bugs, so everything's fine. And Jamal really wants to be talking to Cal and impress her. That's the sensation you get. And Fish really wants to fuck with Jamal.
yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. They love to mess with this poor man.
Mm-hmm.
They love nothing more.
Yeah. May
2
does not
days
feel
ago,
about
they
this.
had an altercation.
May just observes like, later.
And then May's probably at some point like, what did we come here for?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yes, of course. The paperwork. Let me just get some of my supplies. And he sets out a couple stacks of papers, some ink bottles, some quill pens, a small knife, just like a bunch of stuff that he seems to need for this. And he's like, is everyone ready? I can, I'll do my best to copy over what I can, but often with protections like these, I may get incomplete information or not be able to copy every page. So I think I will try to copy it, and you all try to read it as well at the same time, so that we can cover all of our bases.
Cal, while like Jamal's getting ready, is like still like playing with the centipede and goes to Fish and is like, we releasing it back outside? Do we have a terrarium for it?
Okay, well, I was out there looking for a spider to, fuck with
Hmm.
Grumble when he gets back. I did find one, but it didn't. It clearly it wanted to stay outside, and I respected that.
Yes.
Kekano found the centipede. I was thinking we
I
just
found
keep
a
it in here.
centipede.
It just lives in the office now. What's wrong with that?
I have no problem with it if it does. If it doesn't, I'm sure Kekano also made sure it was comfortable being an inside centipede.
I found
Yeah,
a centipede, and I said, "Do you want to come inside with me?" And he said, "Ah, I want to bite you." Ah, and I said, "Okay."
Hmm. Maybe Mr. Centipede does want to live outside.
Well,
Uh,
we can discuss it with the centipede afterwards. We've got
All right.
really important, boring ass paperwork thing to do.
Cal
any of
finds
you
like
Kekano,
a
you-
glass or
if any
something
of
to
you-
keep the centipede.
yeah.
Keep eyes on the centipede on a desk.
Yeah.
Patrick, can May use Cat to record visually the paperwork?
That's brilliant. Yes. I will say set up Cat can only see a specific area, and you probably can't have it be far enough away that you can get the whole table while still having enough detail to be able to like read it. So I am going to make you roll for like how complete of a record you get. But
Sure.
yes, we will handle that once things start opening. But yes, absolutely.
No, that's wonderful. Me and
Yeah.
Mooney are over here like, hey, we're talking about bugs and May.
Look,
May's
it's
like, can we
important to the
fucking...
characters.
Yes, yes.
Cal will be like, I know I am warded. The wards are supposed to be calibrated for me. Do you need my assistance in any way?
Oh, were you did the sender tell you that the words were calibrated for you?
She did. This is a Reverend Mother Shepherd's work.
Oh, yes. I don't think I ever told you. I talked to her on the phone. Yeah, very briefly. When I was
When?
getting her address. Several days ago.
Oh,
Now.
right. I thought it was a separate call. That's all right.
Oh, do I need to call her again? Do I need to
No,
follow up?
no.
Okay.
No.
Well, maybe there's things in this paperwork that you'll want me to follow up on. And of course I'm happy to do that and call her again. Yes, if you are warded against this, do you mind if I borrow your hands for just this first part?
No problem. May, your I think she starts going, she just goes, your Mr. Jum, he mentioned various tasks he did for the benefactor, one being visiting a church in Omaha, Nebraska. This is related to that church. I have made contact with her, so she provided me her work.
It's run by this woman who is powerful, and she has kids that are really nice, and Collisionist likes them too.
Mate, it's just like I see cleric. Interesting. Clearly, like I have no idea why you are telling me this, but I suppose it's important, so I'll remember it. But I don't really understand the significance of this.
And Kekino is not helpful because he always
No.
chimes in with information that he thinks is interesting, which is very rarely like the most
Useful.
relevant thing to the conversation.
I will say, to kind of avoid the metagaming a little, I'd say maybe Fish or Cal would suggest Cat, because May would be like, I don't, okay.
Yeah, what's any other paperwork? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, all right. Maybe Fish is the one being like, wait, yeah.
No, yes. May, this is all to do with the benefactor and like the whole fucking conspiracy theory that we're still making up. It's gonna be really important to record whatever is on this thing. Like, you don't make a document blow up after you read it if it's not important what the document says. So I think we really got to fucking
Use cat? Absolutely.
yeah, your little homunculus thing. I was wanting to talk to that in the ruins, but I never got to. Have you ever spoken to it?
Oh, it's not capable of speech. It's a
Oh, it might be though.
I spoke to it once.
Yeah, but did it say anything back?
It doesn't have the level of depth that Kekno does.
Cat, hi. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing?
User not recognized.
Okay.
We're best friends.
We're besties.
I have my best friend 50, and then my second best friend Cat. Then my third best friend Woma, who hates my dad. So I don't really like her. Cal does say quietly when Fish is like, "You wouldn't make a document blow up unless it was important." And she does go, "No, she does make documents blow up. Just odds. She just doesn't like people reading her mail. Anyways."
Yeah, that's probably true.
Takes off her gloves, hands out to Jamal.
Everybody watches while
Hold on.
Jamal.
I'm seeing it. I'm
Yeah,
perceiving
May's
it.
also seeing it.
we're insiding. We're double insiding.
Ooh, it's not good. It's like a 7.
I got
This seems like
better
normal.
with an 8.
To May, this is very normal worker, boss, PDA.
Yeah. I was gonna say, May and Fish will have completely separate readings despite scoring very similarly.
Well, Kekino got a 16, so I think he knows what's up. But yes, Cal holds her hands out, and Jamal takes her hands gently and kind of turns them over, and uses, like, cups her hands in his palms as he breaks the seal with his fingers. You see the whole wrapping unfold, and a stack of pages. It seems like there are 5 separate, like, documents here, like bundles of paper, and a little voice comes out of the broken seal that says, "Hello, is it recording my voice? No, okay, good. Hi, dear. Thank you for opening the package. Anybody else opening it? It would have burned, but I just wanted to make sure you got a chance to read it. I've set it to immolate in about 20 minutes, so read fast. I know you're good at that. And yes, just once we get close to that 20-minute mark, I would just kind of take a step back. I don't know how powerful this is because I hired this workout. Okay, bye, dear. Mwah, kisses. And Jamal immediately jumps into work. I am going to do a couple of rolls for him, and we're going to see how much of this info we can get.
I would also say Cal is reading, like, as he's, like, copying the first half of the paper, she's working from the back and reading.
Yeah. I am going to make rolls of him being able to copy the papers, even though they are very explicitly worded to not be copied. I want Cal to give me rolls about reading, which would either be Arcana or Religion. I think Fish is helping to, like, organize, like, get this piece of paper out of the way, put this down here. So give me a sleight of hand check, and I want May to.
May is holding Cat, going, "Who the fuck is this lady?"
Yeah. What kind of check
weird
do I want
intimacy happening here.
May will say something about that after all this is done, because her first thought is, that is not a necromancer way of speaking.
I would say an investigation check for May.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a dirty 20 for Fish getting the shit organized behind the scenes.
Nice. With that dirty 20, you can give Jamal advantage on one of the 3 rolls he's going to
Do I have
make.
to?
No. You can also additionally give Cal advantage on her roll by making sure that she is reading the pages, like, in the order they are intended to be read, while still, like, pulling out the staples, separating them out, taking the one so Jamal can copy it, and then putting it back in front of Cal so she can read it.
Yes. Listen, Fish does know that this is important work, and they do want to get a copy of this thing. but they're not going to be actively helping Jamal. They would rather, it's like, all right, Denya, here's the fucking thing, and I don't care if you see it or not. You know?
Is that advantage or is that just fuck all y'all?
I think that's advantage for Cal and
Yeah.
fuck all y'all for
No,
Jamal.
I was gonna say it
Yeah.
is very. I rolled well, so it's very funny to me. Fish is like, nah, but I will roll again. Oh, thank you. I did need that because now that's a 28, and we'll call it religion.
Yeah. We're not metagaming here. We're not helping. Like, Fish simply would not help Jamal.
Even though Jamal has the worst stats, yeah.
Yeah.
This is something Jamal is good at. So if there was one activity Jamal was going to do, this would be it. Although that advantage absolutely could have helped him there.
I don't doubt it.
Did May? Did you give me that investigation
didn't.
check with Cat? Okay.
Dirty 24. Yeah.
Dirty 24. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it really can be dirty, but yeah.
No, it's a natural 24. You're using a 24-sided die.
It's a bitch to roll, I tell you what.
What did Cal get for her religion?
28.
28. Okay.
Stop asking me to roll these rolls.
This is one that it's Cal's expertise. You're picking apart your sister's body of work. First of all, right
Cal
off
going,
the bat.
she always forgets he is the Oxford fucking comma.
Yeah, exactly. First thing right off the bat that you get, this is incomplete. You can see as you're going through, there is absolutely places where your sister would have like written more notes on certain phenomenon that are not included in here. So, because she said, I am giving you the exact thing I gave to the benefactor, that also means she censored this for the benefactor as well. So this is, in a classic Your Sister move, a broad overview of how her magic works and specific things that she does, while being just non-specific enough that nobody but an expert could copy
To
it.
replicate it. Yep.
You are an expert, so you could replicate it, especially with this 28. First thing you notice is your sister, especially in the early pieces, is very much justifying her own research. She has learned to harness a flush of magic that comes about when children are born, as well as when they are growing up. And as your sister points out in the document, it's the same way in which necromancers harness death energy, just opposite. When someone dies, you can skim off a bunch of that death energy to power your spells, and the reason necromancers live in cemeteries is because you can passively harness just some of that energy just being around them. She is doing that. She has found a way to do the same thing with newborns in sort of the opposite direction. Instead of death energy, it's life energy. And there is something she speaks about the moment that the soul connects with the body of a in utero child, leading to a way in which that energy is channeled. In her research, she has extensive research that shows it does not harm the child in any way. It does not influence their kind of magical development or anything. In the same way that harnessing death magic does not make a person more likely to be a ghost. Something that you and necromancers have been researching for hundreds and hundreds of years. She has concluded that harnessing birth energy just is essentially wasted energy that's going out into the ether that she is capturing. that in and of itself, from Cal's perspective, is probably like, well, okay. The issue is that with a 28 reading between the lines, she did not tell any of her followers to get pregnant. She did definitely like encourage them to get pregnant as being like pregnancy is such a wonderful thing. We need to grow our community, things like that. That is certainly at least bordering on unethical in the same way as it's not okay for a necromancer to convince someone to kill themselves in order to harness their energy. It's something that some heretics have done in the past, and some very bad necromancers, but is generally considered a taboo. Your sister stepped over that line pretty early in a way in which you realize she could have convinced herself she wasn't, because she wasn't ordering anyone to do anything. She was just kind of suggesting. And it wasn't until that process had been more perfected and was safe that she started doing it herself. She talks about how when you are the mother that is getting pregnant, the energy that is harnessed just immediately goes into your own body, and you can channel it to permanently increase your power. But you can also channel it into the children themselves, and you see the record of learning to tweak things, learning to give children magic or make them more magically strong, and eventually a certain amount of experimentation in how children are actually created genetically, things that would lead to the side effects of being able to pick and choose certain physical traits in children. The power that she gains through this, you can tell that she considers just an absolute moral good. It increases her health, the health of her followers. It increases the health of the baby. This magic, in the same way that necromantic magic is sort of inherently designed to harm in many ways, being part of death. This source of power is inherently wanting to heal, and so it becomes a lot easier to channel this magic into healing, into resurrection, into creation. And it is finally in these kind of later notes that you get reading between the lines, reconstructing things, because this is the section that is the most censored and is the what you are surmising was most interesting to the benefactor. And this is very censored, but you are able to just connect the dots, put things together, figure out what has been left out. You realize that in the same way that necromancers know that the reason a death creates all of this energy is the soul passing on to another realm, a realm of death. In the same and opposite way, there is a realm in which souls are born or created. And this spillover of energy is a moment when, for just a fraction of time, a hole is opened into that reality. You can tell that she experimented with opening that hole further. She has found a way to, in very minor ways, early days still, explore essentially the realm of creation where souls come from. Has been there physically, has stepped into it in the same way that, much the same way that Cal stepped in temporarily into death when she was recovering the the soul trapped in the ice heart. Something that, even on the necromantic side, is considered heresy. And you can see reading between the lines, what it got her. She was originally trying to solve a problem of, well, a very common problem. Pregnancies that are self-terminated. That many children don't develop right in the womb, and the body cancels that out before the child can be born. And she found a way to channel that energy into these children to allow them to finish growing, to be healed, to be born. And the big breakthrough in that was with souls. There are no full souls in this realm, and her magic does not allow her to manipulate souls fully. But she talks about what she calls soul seeds, things that can grow into full souls, pieces of full souls. And she can take those, she can plant it in children to give them more magic, to give them more abilities. She can plant them into children that were not otherwise viable, that were not going to be born, and allow the parents to not have to suffer a miscarriage. And she also, discovering this, found out the way to create life, that she could, to a certain extent, create animated objects, animated creatures, little homunculi and things like that, but also people. And this is the most like censored part of all. You're very much reading between the lines at this point. This is where she learned to create children for this is where she learned to create children for non-heterosexual couples, because she found a way to combine the genetics, which she was already doing, but she didn't have that spark. And so she found a way to take that spark and put it in herself. And that's how she was able to create children for infertile couples, lesbian couples, how she was able to do this and create children. And I think that you know that this is not good, but I think as much as you know your sister always seeks power, there is a through line of reasoning that makes sense to you. It's always a problem of someone else's suffering that she was trying to solve in the moment that led to each new discovery. And finally, as you finish this document and the first pages start to ignite, with a 28, you remember what Crown said about Etika Angelus's research. Create perfect undead from fragments of souls. You can't, her magic can't manipulate a full soul, but if you could find a way to get these soul seeds, you could create people. As Jamal finishes work on copying this paper, you can see that in order to get around the protections, which are charmed into the ink, marked in watermarks into the pages, protection upon protection, he has to copy and then copy the copy over and over and over again, and you can see that some of his pages dissolve into ash. But but at the end of it, he has most of what was written here. Not all of it, most. And now, with the original copies bursting into flames and burning away, so everyone needs to grab up their notes, shove away from the desk. As
We put it on Grubbles' desk.
We put it in the drawer.
Yeah.
Where it's like file cabinet, like.
You grab a broom, you sweep it into the open drawer of Grumble's desk and close it. That does not extinguish the fire, which is burning with like golden light.
I'm joking.
I'm not.
I think Fish rolled well enough that as part of organization, they could grab a broom and just be ready to sweep it off into the drawer as soon as it was ready.
I imagine Jamal would see that and be like, "No, the paperwork! Oh shit, I have to focus."
Yeah. Mm-hmm. As the paperwork burns itself out and the last things get charred, with May's very good roll with Cat. I need May to roll a d4 and let me know if you get a 2, 3, or 4.
Three.
Also a 3 for Jamal, which means that as the fire burns down, finally have a moment to breathe after this hectic time, you are able to review the footage from Cat and the notes Jamal copied, and you found that between the two of them, it makes a complete record. By
Nice.
happenstance, what each one of them missed, the other got.
Nice.
And you find yourself in the office. Smoke pouring out of a desk as the magical fire extinguishes itself. Someone comes and opens the door and pokes their head in and goes, "Oh my god, fire!" Okay, no.
Fine.
All right, cool. And just kind of like leaves the door cracked so the smoke exits out into the hallway. That is what you found. That's what you have.
Man, it sucks Metal's not here. She could gust the smoke away. We don't know any other elementals, do we? That like
I
us.
could have just taken it outside, but
Jamal's just like like using 2 folders to kind of blow it out. Yeah. I can't think of any elementals lists off the top of my head that could come and help. I guess one of the elders is an elementalist. I don't know if she come here and blow out the office.
Yeah, we may not need that level of involvement, Jokte, but thanks for helping.
What do you all do now?
Is there a window? Is this underground at this point?
This is
We're underground.
Yeah,
It is
never
not
mind.
just like underground; it's underground.
Underground. Yeah, okay.
It is. This is the detective's office, which is the bottom floor, which means you are like 35 feet, 40 feet below the surface.
Amazing.
Yeah.
In that case, May's just like
There
double-handed.
is like a ventilation system, but it's not really designed for smoke. So
Nah. She's just flapping. And then she's gonna, while she's doing this, like lean over at the counter and says, "So what was that? Was it worth saving?"
Fish.
I believe that once you read it, maybe it should also be perfect.
Oh. Should I even read it?
Well, you made that much of a fuss, so yes.
Do we need it for evidence? Is there any benefit?
You are not a detective, Tractate.
That is why I am asking, Fish.
I must confess, I'm a bit curious myself. We're not going to get to take a peek. God, it's smoky
Got a-
here.
Well,
got a little
let
bit
the
of a
experts
disaster
handle
copy,
it first.
but-
It's. I don't. It is case relevant, but I don't. It's not great to have this information spread too much, and I don't know if Tone and the others would take too kindly to the source of it.
With your 28 religion, you also know that this technique that your sister has developed can only be done by can only be recreated by a very talented necromancer. It's possible that someone trained from the beginning could make just their field of magic this magic, but as it is, especially having to fill in the gaps and experiment, only a very talented necromancer could make this a thing that is possible to do. But that doesn't protect against kind of the implications of its existence.
Denier, if you think that it should be destroyed, then I'll have a look. Just see the vibe, and we'll get rid of it, and that'll be it. That'll be
I
that.
think that's wise. I think you and Metal should know the general impression of the information that has been provided to the benefactor, so we know what he is working with, and that should probably be where the knowledge ends.
And then
to
I
offended
think,
me.
yeah,
relevant
and then
to
I think
you.
she does really good May, and she goes,
I mean, it's you haven't been assigned to the case.
No, I suppose not.
Well-
Yeah, I don't mean to exclude you. I do mean to exclude you, though, Tractate.
He just entirely ignores Fish as if Fish had not spoken. I don't mean to butt in, but under the sanctuary rules, Kekano hasn't been made a detective. He was instead deputized and became part of the team. You could, under the same rule set, also deputize Miss Gladly, and she could be, as long as you trusted her with information, she could also gain the standing to handle that information, at least from the sanctuary's perspective.
I would love to insight May.
Sure.
I
Anything in
would
particular?
love to. I'd love to insight Jamal if he's being like, and you could do it to me too.
Go for it.
I think Jamal has been traumatized by his one escapade as a. You know what? I like this. So my insight is a 10.
On what specifically are you inciting?
She is looking to see if it is knowing May is a little knowledge hungry and a little bad at knowing when to stop and when something goes over a line morally, is giving her this information at all a dumb fucking idea.
With a 10.
She does see a lot of her sister in May and did from the beginning. So that is also that, like, oh, another crazy person who is really doesn't necessarily know when things should stop.
Patrick, how would you classify a 10 in terms of the amount of info to give?
A 10 is very much, it is, a statistical average for a dice roll. So it's the kind of being like, you can get like, it's like when you, it's like reading something just off facial expressions from someone you don't necessarily know particularly well, of like big emotions and big thoughts and stuff you can kind of get, more subtle stuff you can't really. You can also, for May, roll like whether you're trying to contain your excitement or hide it or be honest with it or what have you, which can also modify that 10. But as it is, if you don't want to do that, I would say a 10 is like, if May's really enthusiastic about this, finding out what this is, like, is definitely going to be like, yeah, okay, no, we need to keep this secret. Cat, tell me everything you've just
Well,
read.
this is the thing,
That's
right? Yeah.
gonna come through. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think you would get this because May doesn't know what's in it. She hasn't seen it, so you can't really get a sense of like the specific bit of information. But I think it's fair to say you remember her reaction to finding the big vial room in the ruins and how she was like, "This is fucked up. We need to stop this." But that's also weighed by like the fact that May is kind of also clearly trying to be respectful of like, I'm not part of the team proper. I'm here to do a completely different job, and like May trusts Cal, whether it's well founded or not, to have a sense of like risk management after Cal treated her in the ruins. So I feel like it could go either way for how Cal is reading this at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
As a player, I can tell you May would be fucking horrified. By
Yeah,
this
no, I know that. I know that for sure. But Cal's just like, oh yeah, two crazy people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think May's actual reaction, in my interpretation of the character, is being like, oh my god, this is horrible. We do need to destroy this. After I read the entirety of it first.
Yeah, exactly. It's fascinating, and she wants to know only from a theoretical perspective. But she's also like, this is fucked up. Your sister is fucked up.
This is fucked up. Turns the page.
Yeah.
Ooh. Do you want to do the Jamal insight before I go on?
Yeah.
Does Jamal want to be deputized? Yes, no.
He just wants to
what did you roll?
Cal.
Deputized.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot. I rolled a 17. That's what I rolled.
You get... Yeah, especially because it's Jamal. You get the sense that being, like, deputized or having it be official is not necessarily what he's going for. He is, in a similar vein, a far less, like, adventurous, still knowledge hound in the same way May is. The fact that it's like, this is an important document, you can't know what's in it, is he's like, but I want to know. I want to know. So,
but I want to know, and the girl I'm into is working on it. So
exactly, he desperately wants to know what is in these papers. Whether that's like, we're not deputizing you, but we are bringing you into the circle of trust, or deputization. I think either way is fine with him, as long as being a deputy involves sitting in a room somewhere and reading pages rather than ever going out into the field ever again. Yeah, he really wants to know. A 17 is probably enough that you can sense that he does have to deal with classified documents decently regularly. He's got to like repair books that he's not allowed to read and things like that. he has been trained and trained himself over the years that he's not going to die of disappointment if it's like absolutely not. If everybody's like, this is too dangerous for anyone to know, even May, he would not like read the copy that he has because he respects the secret of it. If there is any indication of like, it is helpful to know this and it's bad but not too bad, he'll be like, well, don't mind if I do.
What if
What's
Cal wants
what's
to
my girl
discuss it with
interested
me? Yeah. Cal has put her glove back on at this point and is chewing on the seam of them, and she goes, I mean, yes, that is true, but the metal is already a little. Metal is familiar with
Hold on.
some of the.
Hold on. Fish walks over to the cracked open door and shuts it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can talk about metal.
I was just going to say metal is familiar with the consequences of this information, and she is our leader officially.
Oh, it's not shit talking. Hold on, I'll open the door up again.
Why would I? No.
It sounded like that's the direction you were going.
No. I respect metal. I don't want to make any decisions before speaking privately to you and Metal, and then we can decide if we should be opening the circle. No offense, attended May.
May is offended, but like she'll get over it.
Sorry.
That's right. In that case, May is just going to nod, like she doesn't shut down, but like the mask of like, this is totally fine, and I'm so professional about this right now. And she's going to give Cal Cat and say, well, in that case, you'd better hold on to this until you decide either way.
Yes, absolutely. No, we'll decide as soon as she comes back.
And here's my copy. And just as a reminder, you know, if you do decide to deputize Miss Gladly, the head detective, which I believe would be Metal, needs to sign off on it. So, yeah, it's just I'll just get going and work on some other things if you don't mind. And he opens the door to the office, and you see Metal is standing outside.
Oh, there you are. I was just wondering about you.
Thank you, Jamal.
Yeah, Metal, are you okay? As Metal steps more fully in the room, and you can see her, you can see that she looks haunted. Kind of like circles in her eyes, little stress marks around the eyes, just kind of staring at nothing. And yeah, everybody in this group has really good passive perception. You can see a small splattering of blood on a collar of her nice cream dress. What?
Jamal,
I can probably smell it anyway.
Yeah,
Jamal,
no, I'm okay.
I think you should go work on that paperwork. I'll speak to you later.
Yes. Yeah, I'll see you later. And I think that is where we will end tonight's session. Pick it up next time, next Saturday.
They
Very
fucking
nice.
killed that man. They fucking.
Well, yeah, Aunt Cadence went along, so, you know.
Cadence Yzma style pulled up like her dress, and there was a knife strapped to her thigh.
Yzma style.
This. Oh, no, these. Oh, okay.
Jeez.
Oh man, Fish would be fucking Cusco in that scene.
I mean, one of the things I am enjoying is metal stuff is happening off screen, so you are just getting
Yeah, we
the
really don't know.
before and after. All right, guys. Anything you want to talk about session-wise before we shut off Craig?
Okay. This is just something I want to get on the record. Fish is going to attempt to follow up on whether they can fuck Remily.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool, thank you.
And as well as like larger mystery stuff to get on the record. One thing I pointed out privately to Mooney on a previous date is that with Angelus, you don't really know like what side she's on or how she like fits into the larger narrative because um, we know that the benefactor got paperwork from Elise, and then Angelus was at an event Elise was at. Is that a coincidence? Is that purposeful? Like, what's the thing there? We know that uh, yeah, we know that Angelus is kind of like on the sidelines somewhere, but how she fits in doesn't fit. And something I'm surprised nobody pointed out. Angelus cannot be the benefactor because Angelus cannot speak, and the benefactor spoke to May and Sinner. But yeah, you don't really know, and now it's kind of like, well, you've got the info that this info that Elise gave to the benefactor is like the missing piece to Angelus's research, and then it's like, are they on the same side or competing, or how is that relationship? How does that work?
Guess we'll have to go to the Temple of the Holy Graves then, hey?
You could. You don't have to. There's other ways to get that info, but yeah, definitely could. And yeah, interesting stuff. Anything else? I really loved the Cal and Jamal date. That was very nice.
Very cute.
I'm going to quickly write up the cantrip that Cal learned and get that to you to put on your character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have an important question?
Yep.
Did after Jamal brushed the cup, did he also brush his mouth?
Yeah, you're talking about like in Apothecary Diaries?
Yeah, indirect kiss.
No, but you could see the little like pursing of the lips as he stroked the lipstick mark off. He was thinking about it.
Not that gauche.
Not yet.
Not yet. In anime with like Apothecary Diaries, someone takes a drink from something, and somebody the love interest wipes off the lipstick mark and then kisses it right in front of her. It's like, whoa, things are heating up.
Damn.
That's the point
okay.
when they've been dating for a while and she still hasn't kissed him and he's just gotten desperate.
Yeah.
Classic anime. Classic.
But yeah, that was fun. I liked Samuel being a menace. That's always enjoyable.
I do like now that he is also a fucking chattermouth, so he is going to tell everybody that Cal
He is going to tell everybody.
They come. Okay, so they have this conversation with Metal where she's like, "Hey, we kind of had to do a thing," and they walk out, and everyone's like, everyone in the hallway is going like, "Ah!" Collisionist Denier is dating the fucking
The nerd.
yeah, the nerd no one likes.
Wow.
Listen, you're the one who made it so that the other archivists didn't particularly like him.
Yeah, it's true. This is part of my this was part of my inspiration for Samuel being annoying.
Oh. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. I gotcha.
Here's my
Craig,
question.
Craig, I hope you appreciated that Ink live viewing
Yeah.
reaction of the.
Mamma mia.
Here's my question. Did
Mhm.
he specifically seek out Samuel because he thought Samuel would be helpful, or was Samuel the only option because like Metal was busy or something?
So part of it, my thinking was part of it is Metal was too busy. He has been introduced to Samuel through Metal, and Samuel is like a very, very casual acquaintance. So Jamal genuinely had the idea of being like, wouldn't it be romantic if we had basically like a little restaurant table to ourselves? Well, I can make that happen in the hotel. And here's a friend of a friend that will help me with that. And then he's just a fucking nightmare of a person who's doing it for his own fun. Yeah. While Jamal did have the excuse about being like, yeah, they need the tablecloth to protect the tables and stuff like that. He wasn't mad about it. He was being like, yeah, romantically, there's we got some bread service and some plates and a nice tablecloth. That's even better.
I just wish that Samuel had called in Fish to consult because they would have gone in and gone, Red, what the fuck are you trying to pull on the first date, my boy?
I imagine they only had 2 color tablecloths. Maybe it would have been a nice green instead.
But that's inefficient.
But yeah, no, he was causing problems on purpose. And if the timing had worked out that like Fish was there at the time he was running around the outside, absolutely it'd be like, partner in crime, help me annoy these people.
I can't wait until May finally figures out what's going on, and I can see her being like, I see the dots.
See
I
the
think
dots.
she's too.
I don't know the picture they make yet.
Yeah, I don't think she's too far off between the like. Jamal is clearly interested in Cal. Fish is enjoying fucking with Jamal. Cal seems question mark about the whole thing. I think once she knows the Cal part, she'll be like, "Oh my god."
Cal likes bugs.
Yeah. What's
Cal likes
going on?
It's true. Yeah, but that was kind of his romantic idea. That did work out in the end.
It was
and
super cute.
yeah, it was super cute, and Cal seemed to appreciate it somewhat. But yeah, I thought it was very funny having like everybody juggling and being like mostly the same area at the same time, and they just keep missing each other. I don't think you guys ever saw it because it it was the first like metal introduction episode, and we've never set like a battle or anything like that there since. I do have a map of the hotel and like how it's laid out, so I do know for a fact that like the main way everybody gets from the elevator to the outside goes past the dining room but does not go through it.
Yeah. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
That accent started drifting from bad Italian to like bad Jamaican, and then I was like, he would do that anyway. That is entirely in character. He's doing this for the laugh, not for the good accent.
But yeah, he thinks Cal is Italian. Didn't know.
He's like, yeah, Europe. Yeah, so.
Yeah, European. Yeah. Buongiorno. I got you a spicy meatball.
Speaking of, just Jamal melt whenever Cal speaks French.
He's too normie not to.
Yeah. She said bonjour, and he almost pulled the plug right there. He said, I'm too horny for this date.
I gotta go take another 3-hour shower. Goodbye.
Yep. The only thing Jamal has... Here, do you want me to read Jamal Tractate's stats?
Please.
Yeah.
Jamal Tractate, armor class, 8. Hit points, 22, which is not terrible. Strength, -1. Dex, -3. Constitution, +0. Intelligence, +3. Wisdom, -1. Charisma, +0. He has proficiency in intelligence saving throws, which gives him a +5. He is proficient in history and investigation, and his level is 4.
Well,
Can we
Good for
start
him.
talking about the level gap discourse?
it's inappropriate.
It's inappropriate.
I mean, I will say, 3 and 6 was bad. 4 and 6 isn't quite as bad.
Hey, but you know what? He's not getting that 5th level for like another 10 years. You know, that's the problem. Cal's going to be out there racking up levels, and he's just going to be sitting at home reading his books.
What level is Sinner?
Sinner, in order for him to be like, because there was such a potential for him to be, you know, an actual enemy that like fought all of you, is decently high level. He was level 11.
The discourse.
Yeah.
Oh, May, with a more experienced, more leveled man.
Man with higher hit points.
He can do 2 attacks on 1 turn, okay? That's pretty
Yeah, that's
fucking
pretty fucking good.
advanced.
2 attacks on 1 turn.
God, I wish that were me.
I don't think anybody is of a class that would give them 2 attacks. Cal certainly isn't. Fish isn't.
Oh, is that a class specific thing? I thought it was just like a high level bonus thing.
For enemies it can be, but for players it is a class thing. So the more like martial, like, you know, punchy shooty a class is, which is also kind of the less like magic intensive it is, the more likely you are to get a second attack. So let me double check. The way that a lot of people like get a second attack is taking a couple levels in like martial adept.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay. There is a there are certain like designs for the artificer class that May is, that does get a second attack eventually, but I edited that out because I added a bunch of other stuff instead. So yes, you will not get a second attack if you continue along that path. Second attack is for martial adept and physical adept, pretty much, and I think energy throwers get one eventually. Yes,
What
they
if I
do.
make that May's like special
They get one
project?
eventually.
Being out of punch quicker.
Yeah.
I actually just made someone that I was thinking of bringing in for season 2. That's a high level in like a physical class that I purposely did not give a second attack to. I thought that was really interesting.
He's holding
will-
back.
It's very generous of you as well.
He's got the Rock Lee leg weights on.
Maybe that's it. No, he just he had like a very specific power set that I wanted, and I felt like giving him 2 attacks for that power set would be like too broken. Essentially, it would be like not a challenge; it would just be overwhelming. So I decided to only give him 1 attack. But he also doesn't fight alone, and he fights with someone else who has 2 attacks and is also an incredibly broken build that I made, which is
Jesus
very
Christ.
fun.
Mm.
Looking forward
Yes,
to that. So
there
much.
is. This is a very mild spoiler, but you have no idea when you're ever going to meet this person. There is Sinner is a physical adept that specializes in the same way as like Mr. Bliss specializes in kind of muscles and strength and things like that. This is a character that is a Vita kineticist. No,
Oh.
a kineticist, not a Vita kineticist, just a kineticist.
Hmm.
That gets their power by movement. So instead of a standard movement speed of 30 feet, they have a movement speed of 60 feet.
Jesus.
2 attacks, is not slowed by difficult terrain, and has a number of other abilities there. So like very hit and run fighter, someone who can run up, punch you in the face, and then run away and be too far away for you to hit back before you like have an opportunity to do anything,
Yeah.
which I think is fun, but is very broken.
Oh wait, great. You
Yep.
introduce a new character and you're like, someone rolls like high perception or whatever, and you're like, they have really big leg muscles. Just
They're so toned. They
Yeah.
look like Lance Armstrong, like post Tour de France. Of just
they
like
look like
bulging.
they look like a sprinter. Immediately, everyone like, oh!
Yeah. Okay. Anything else we want to talk about, or we want to get Craig out of here?
I want to
He's still
say
here.
that I think Angelus's plan is that she wants to get at least access to Elise's power, or figure out how to be able to do it for herself to complete her work.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
on record now.
agreed.
Yeah.